All right, y'all. All right, all right, all right. How are we doing? Of course. Give me one sec. There we are. Hope you're all doing well. Shout out Dr. Ball. It makes what I like. I really want to tune into that breakdown on Ethan Hawke's. I believe it was a Showtime series. Huh. But yeah. And anywho, really want to tap into that. I know Socialism for All streaming at 1 today. I'm excited for that. I got a little champurrado with me today, so I'm excited to get through that with y'all. Not bad. It's not bad. All right. A little bit of nonsense, but we get to read a piece by Dr. Gerald Horn today, so I'm excited. Looking forward to that. Que falta. Of course, we got our queen over here. The white approved, cookout approved white, because she carries hot sauce in her purse at all times, of course. We know that's genuine. Kiriakou, John Kiriakou, was a very prominent figure a couple years ago as a whistleblower, exposed the torture programs or enhanced interrogation that the CIA was carrying out in black sites. It is shocking to me that he has recently, found some type of notoriety or like just prevalence online. I don't quite understand it, other than probably once again working for the CIA, working for the state, because there's no real explanation for why he's suddenly such a big deal when his prominence was already established a couple years ago, and he's been saying the same stories. He's been talking the same fucking way. He's been doing the same stuff. So I saw no rationale for his prominence online and being pushed by the algorithm, other than once again working at the behest of the CIA. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I don't think it's me reaching by claiming that an ex-CIA officer might be, or is probably in my case, I'm actually claiming that he is once again working for the CIA. I don't think that is a stretch of the imagination, but I'm more than happy to hear any pushback on whether or not Kiriakou is legit. Whether or not I'm kind of reaching and just upset that he's popular again. Look, I think that he did a very courageous thing by speaking out against the torture program. But I think that he should. So he was incarcerated for that, for being a whistleblower. My concern is that he should also do time for his service for the CIA. And if that's not going to happen, then I don't want to hear him on so-called, leftist or socialist, communist, anarchist media outlets. But of course, the Rad Libs are excited to have somebody who is supposedly anti-war on their side. I also had a good friend of mine send me a video of somebody praising, or not praising, but explaining that the Donald Trump administration messed up by assassinating, the Ayatollah, and saying, it's equivalent of assassinating the Pope. Now you've guaranteed that the Iranian people will put everything aside, every disagreement aside, to to support the struggle against those that assassinated their religious leader, their supreme religious leader. And that's essentially what Netanyahu wanted, to guarantee that there's no way of the US exiting or distancing themselves from this war. Analysis that I think is fairly basic. I don't think it's unique. And my main problem in how we got into an argument was that the individual that was speaking on this was Scott Ritter, a two-time self-admitted pedophile that is consistently platformed like by individuals like Danny Haifong, Jimmy Dore, Sabby Sab, all who apparently would be comfortable with their children hanging out with Scott Ritter. Why else would you normalize a two-time self-admitted, confessed pedophile? It's beyond me. So we got into a nice little heated argument about that, where for his position was like, hey man, like I don't even know who these people are. I just really like what he had to say. And I'm like, hey man, like that was a pedophile. I don't know I don't know. I don't give a fuck what he's saying. He's a pedophile. I don't care what Epstein's ideas were. He's a pedophile. Vosh, same situation. I care to make fun of him. Cinnabon, keeping the Twitch chat alive over there. I think it's safe to assume that you're always CIA. Imagine what other classified info he knows that he hasn't leaked. Snowden snitch and he fled to Russia. Well, Snowden, I don't think his intent was to flee to Russia, right? Like he was on a plane to, I'm not sure quite where or what. And then he made his way to Russia. I don't quite remember. It's been a while since I seen that documentary on him. I never saw Joseph Gordon-Levitt's biopic on him. It just didn't seem interesting to me. I don't care how he came up in his military time or how he, flunked out of. I don't care about any of that. And Joseph Gordon-Levitt's on some weird anti internet privacy thing going on right now. Is just like, okay. Unfortunately, something that I had to kind of agree with Taylor Lorenz, who has a weird obsession with Hassan Piker and uses her credentials to like get into like petty arguments with people that I don't know she should be above of, like career wise. Like, what are you doing? You just want attention. That's for me, that's always off putting. Yeah, no, I understand cinema. I just, because a lot of people, there's this whole because Cinnamon said that on the Twitch chat, said my point is that he left the USA. A lot of people paint Edward Snowden, excuse me, as a Russian like tool or something like that, and he isn't, or at least that wasn't his intent. All right. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, Taylor Lorenz is absolutely pathetic individual. If you want to know how pathetic, y'all call me sexist, machistas, lo que sea. Taylor Lorenz refuses to reveal their age, claiming that they won't reveal it because it's for doxing concerns. When in reality, it's just kind of like, bro, like you just don't want people to know that you're like in your mid 40s, which there's nothing wrong with. She looks great for her age, what I presume to be her age. You just don't want people to know that you're at such an age that you're still trying to get into like internet drama. And obsessing over Hassan Piker, it should make anyone kind of see you as a fucking joke, I guess. But that's just me. Dara, the deculturation live chat. Yeah, no, he did flee for his life for sure. He knew that he was going to be in prison, much like Chelsea Manning. which there's nothing wrong. The same way, like if you want to be a conscientious objector, if you want to flee, I think one of the most beautiful videos I've seen is the two men escaping Ukraine and just like flipping off the country and being like, I'm not gonna die in this senseless war. I thought that was beautiful, regardless of what your position on that war is, to know that you have the autonomy to say, hey, I'm not going to engage in this. My life is my own. Props to them. Oh, I didn't know that. Street Cat Love. Taylor blaming China and DPRK for US surveillance was an instant ignore forever. That is hilarious. If you know the name of the piece or video that she did on that, please drop it in the chat. That is hilarious. She's somebody that I'm like, damn, I would love to make a little quick breakdown video on, because I think she's so fucking pathetic that it would be fun. But she's so damn boring and uncharismatic. Not as bad as Emma Vigeland, but up there. And the reason why I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of these white women don't have to really have a personality or character or any charisma, because they get behind the shield of like, hey, if you criticize me, that's because you're a sexist. And it's like, if you're boring, you're fucking boring. But yes. Can we get Hillary off the screen? Look, I'm with her, all right? Man, after hearing this, I feel, I don't know why I ever felt guilty for not voting for her opposed to Donald Trump. Obviously, I know that a lot of the, I mean, I recently got, I don't really like to engage in the parasocial relationship, but I recently got, you know, notified that, you know, individuals who during the Trump administration were fleeing violence, like legit violence. And I just got an update on how they're doing. This was obviously years ago. And but man, when you see somebody with a newborn and in that situation being treated like criminals for simply being asylum seekers, that's radicalizing as fuck, man. That's radicalizing as hell. But it's just so beautiful, and I'm so grateful that I got to be part of the journey. Because you see, all right, I'm gonna let's move on. Let's move on. All right, let's get to it. It's part of the US is the surveillance state we were warned about video. Let's find out. We're not gonna watch it right now. Three months ago. I think you might have lured me, because I want to see in the transcript. Is it China? Oh, immediately. Wait, immediately. What the immediately? It's literally at 0-0. Wow. Wow, Street Cat. There was a cat down in the corner named Fortunately. Apparently named Street Cat Love. Wow, thank you so much. All right, let's listen to just the beginning of this. Apparently that's all we have to listen to. I'll watch the rest of it some other time. I will.
A very liberal interventionist foreign policy opinion. And unfortunately, because everything on this platform...
Why the fuck would it do that? That was weird.
I would not hold up China's internet as a positive vision of what we want our own online environments to be.
For years, the
Fucking immediately, bro. These white people
The
have no
United
shame.
States and the Western world villainized China for its restrictive internet landscape and mass censorship of online speech. In many ways, the Chinese internet, with its great firewall and extreme content restrictions, was positioned in stark contrast to America's free and open version of the web, where access to information was unrestricted and people could speak and express themselves freely. But lately, things are changing. The United States and other Western countries are careening towards authoritarianism and seeking to pass laws that mandate invasive surveillance tech and extreme censorship of online speech. The pattern is very similar to what we saw in China and have seen in other authoritarian countries.
Yeah, you know what? For whatever my criticisms of China, and again, shout out to Socialism for All for I think helping me understand, and obviously just through his readings and just breakdowns, revisionism better. I always kind of struggle with it. And just simplified it for me because I ain't so smart. And but whatever your criticisms of China, I will say this: when we're talking about like color revolutions, when we're talking about infiltration, we've seen it time and time again in Cuba. We're seeing it in Iran. The U.S., the CIA, they use the internet. And I mean, that propaganda machine is so intense, man. So concrete. They're such experts at it that it makes perfect sense for any government that is in opposition to, even in a limited sense with China, just doesn't want to be controlled by the US at the very least, wants to be autonomous, would say, hey, you know what? We know what these grimy motherfuckers are up to. We know what they're going to do. We know how they're going to try to indoctrinate our, citizens. We have to put some limitations on this in order to prevent that. If that's authoritarian, that's cool. I don't think that's a bad word. So I'm fine with that. But I'm open in here, criticisms on that position, please. You know what? Just really, really briefly, since we're already distracted. Shout out to Millennials for Killing Capitalism, Jared over there, and Cena. This was a fun episode.
Economic system, and you'll be sanctioned to all hell.
I will say this though. This kind of reminded me of the chapter on Chris Hedges' Empire of Illusion. But at least Cena being like a wrestling fan was so refreshing. And it's like, all right, so Cena's a nerd. He's a geek. Respect, love that, appreciate Cena. I don't know if I've been sleeping on Cena. I was just missing when Cena was on. But damn, like such an enjoyable individual. Not afraid to be a goofball, which I appreciate. Not afraid to be, the butt of the joke, which I love. But knowing that he's like a wrestling fan is hilarious. I love that shit. And how he was talking about how he was apologizing to to his ancestors for it. It was hilarious. It's gonna be all over the map. 121. Jesus, man. That's too much. Let's see this. This might be easier. Maybe the first one. I just want to double check. He did a great job, if I'm not mistaken. Was it this one or was I listening to something else? About like the US propaganda is so effective that it's able to influence people outside of the US, right? And so knowing that, that we have to understand that when they're at fucking home field advantage, just imagine how sophisticated the propaganda machine is if it's so fucking good that it could influence people abroad to support the US or the US goals at large. Yeah, I don't think. Oh, okay. Maybe this part. Just briefly, we'll go over it.
And your people will be, insulted, and everything you do will be scrutinized, and of this out. So like part of this too, of like this insanity, is like the back and forth between kayfabe and non-kayfabe, of like breaking your brain. And I think that's,
so just quick rundown. Kayfabe is basically the performance, keeping the performance alive, not breaking that the fourth wall, not, doing the whole suspense of disbelief kind of thing. That's kayfabe.
That's the key to understand. One of the keys to understanding, like the sort of eternally, propagandized nature of like the average American. Just I will say it again, like maybe the three most like propagandized people on the planet: Americans number one, Zionist Jews number two, and Iranian American, and like Iranian diaspora / Iranians inside the country.
I mean, do we need to have propaganda Olympics? I think the US is far ahead, but I would like it's one of those things where you don't tune in for the main event, you tune in for like the contenders, because you know they're gonna fucking scrap. But the gap between the champion and the contenders is so vast that it's kind of like boring. It becomes overly technical, which is fine to break down. But if you really want to get people together to enjoy the show, you want like let me show you the contenders, the gatekeepers versus the up and comer, the young lions and contenders. That's gonna be a fun scrap. And then if you enjoy that, we kind of settle down with a more technical Volkanovski kind of approach to a fight.
Really think in terms of like pound for pound media, there's nothing that comes close. Nothing. Maybe you can make an argument for Ukrainians now, but that's new. Like Iranian, like the Iranian propaganda machine. Like think about this. People who don't know this, in like the 90s and stuff, before the internet, you had the same class of Iranian monarchist grifters, media grifters, but they were all on satellite TV being beamed into the country, okay? So like, but where the fuck did they get this money from? It would cost probably tens of thousands of dollars to rent time on a satellite dish in those days. There was no Patreon back then. Somebody was clearly dark funding this shit.
Hell yeah. Look, I like this pushback here by Miguel. I honestly think that to say that Americans are the most propagandized gives the typical American citizen an out way too easily. Let me tell you this. I understand the concern that, hey, it's kind of given an out. I think it's just reality. I think it's just you're observing something that is true. I think the typical American, I don't even think this is going to come off kind of rude. Miguel, the fact that you're here leads me to believe that you might not be so in tune with who the typical American is. And here's why. And this is not to compliment the channel, to compliment me. But if you're here, you're probably surrounding yourself with, at least by choice, with fairly intelligent people that are at least aware of their surroundings. Even like in a place like a workplace where you don't have that option, I'm sure that the people that you gravitate towards are at least somewhat intellectually entertaining enough for you to have a good time with them, things like that. Your family members, I'm sure your loved ones, I'm sure are intelligent because you're intelligent. Their intelligence might be demonstrated differently. Things like that. lead me to believe, excuse me,
I voted for Kamala Harris.
that you
know
might not be
problem?
so tapped into who you think the average American is. Because I would say that I would struggle to know what the average American is thinking, because the average American is like some white dude in the Midwest. That's the reality. You know, the whole fear of the black and brown hordes becoming the dominant demographic in the US only works if you label us all together as a monolith. But it does not work once you break us down apart into different groups and you realize that the majority still is the settler, the European colonizer. So with that in mind, understand that I think that when Cena's referring to the average American, that's who Cena's speaking about. And I do think that there's a reason why Donald Trump put a McMahon talking about WWE, WWF, a McMahon. Is it Linda McMahon? In charge of the education department and are brutalizing it because they want people to be stupid. The reason why I push back and say that, hey, you know, reading groups are still essential is because, you know, our literacy rate is so, it's embarrassing, and it's done with a purpose and a reason that you don't want critical thinkers, right? So you're not funding education, you don't have critical thinkers, and you're still increasing the propaganda. You're still increasing the propaganda. And the reason why it might seem like, hey, we're progressing or people are being more aware is because of social media. And look how quick they were to attack that. Look how quick it took for Zionists to take over TikTok. Paramount taking over WB. They're aware of this shit. Yeah, what is the average American reading level? Let's go. Thank you. Average American. 7th to 8th, according to AI. Okay, so 54% of US adults read low, the equivalent of 6th grade level. Oh. Is it it's me, right? This page. Oh, absolutely hate this fucking like 90s retro ass websites that do shit like that. Yeah, let me find another page. So there's the National Center for Education Statistics. Yeah, this is kind of outdated a little bit. Anywho, yeah, according to AI overview, 7th to 8th grade level. No. While this is the average, approximately 54% of US adults aged 16 to 74 actually read below the 6th grade level, and 21% are classified as functionally illiterate. You know what I mean? Miguel, I'm not saying that we aren't propagandized, because we are, but generally, why would they care if they are more concerned by things here? If the dollar directly benefited from imperialism, then they would care more about the dollar than something more abstract and way out there. Sure, but then it's not like what we're talking about, right? You're saying that even if they knew, they wouldn't care, but that's not the subject. The subject isn't, hey, if they weren't propagandized, they would care. The subject is they are the most propagandized. It's getting too warm in here. All right. True, greatest country in the world. Never forget. Claudia, let's see. Yeah, the propaganda is very insidious. It's so normalized. The fact that the CIA, you know, just literally has a look at scripts.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Is frightening. Access Audio, I think Canada is more propagandized. No, I don't think they're patriotic enough. I think it's gonna sound weird, but I think they believe their own hype. Which might sound similar, but it's kind of almost like a liberal condescending way of like, oh, we are better than you because we're nicer, or not like the U.S. Right? Thank you for the super chat, and you mentioned tagged you in the book section of Discord. Speaking of literacy rates, I do think that was a great speech by Chi. Okay, I'll check it out. Appreciate it. Yeah, Canada might be the most like smug liberal country. I'll give them that. All right, let's get back to it. Again, shout out Millennials Killing Capitalism. Cena is absolutely hilarious. Again, this reminded me of the chapter on wrestling by Chris Hedges in Empire of Illusion. It was difficult to get through because you could tell that Chris Hedges wasn't a fan of it, whereas this was enjoyable because Cena is absolutely. I mean, I was listening to this on the drive, but I wish I would have listened to it live because I would have been like, oh, like for now on, it's John Cena Romani. For me, it's John Cena Romani. From this day forth. Harutu, thank you for the super chat. I've been in the education field for 20 years. The U.S. is cooked. Also, libraries have been systematically closed in black and brown neighborhoods. It's strategic. Yeah. So I remember, again, my apologies. It's just going to reveal, it's just going to be the parasocial stuff, and I'm not here for it. But I stopped going to the library at an older age because I mean, bro, we didn't have AC. So during the summers, I would go to summer school every year, not because I needed to. One, to keep me out of trouble, and two, it was just more convenient. It's mainly to keep me out of trouble. But even those short times where you would have an actual summer between summer vacation and return, summer school and the end of summer vacation, I'd be at the library because of the AC, man. So fresh, so nice. But anywho, I still can't read for shit, you know? I don't know how y'all put up with me. Thank you for the super chat, Hero, too. Super chat, super stickers are turned on. Please do me a favor, hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Join the Patreon if you want to support. I appreciate it once again. Somebody who grew up on public transportation, loves it, adores it, misses it, just not having my vehicle. It was a struggle, and if it wasn't for the support, sincerely, I mean this, through the Patreon, through the super chats, it would have been.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Been, you know, hasta más difícil. So thank you all for that. Freestyle. Thank you for the super chat. In the U.S., you're indoctrinated to hate reading from a young age. They make you hate reading in school. Again, I try not to share too much. I remember being in this class. So George W. Bush, president, No Child Left Behind gets passed, and we had this amazing teacher. very like almost like an American Mary Poppins vibes. Super cool. Has to leave at the start of the school year to go get some other credential because she couldn't teach because of this no child left behind that gets passed. And in replacement, we get some dude who is just, man, we punked him so hard. I felt so bad. I don't even think that I was like in a bad school or anything like that. But you know, kids, man, they could smell weakness. And I mean, I'm gonna age myself, but like people were doing CC, you know, in the corner, just doing dumb shit, fucking huffing paint, shit like that. Using the textbooks as like skateboards, making and creating like little basketball. What was that, like not nets, or like a basketball ring, and taping it to, like, it was just chaotic, man. It was chaotic. And again, I don't think overall, I don't think it was a bad school. Homie just was unlucky. And it's fun. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. Like, the chaos is fun. I got a concussion in that classroom. It's fun. And, you know, made some fun, chill friends. But it got so bad that there was no point of being in that class. There was no point of being in that class. Nothing, no learning was occurring. And I got bored and I just started reading a book. And I forget what book it was. It wasn't like Hatchet or something. It was another book. And so I'm just reading it. And mind you, at this point, I'm sitting in the front of the class because I'm so tired of the chaos in the back. Like, it's just too much, man. It's too, like, I'd rather knock out than deal with the chaos. And so I'm up front and I'm reading this book, and he's once again trying to get the class in order, and it's just not happening. And I guess because I wasn't being rowdy or whatnot, and I was just reading, this motherfucker slams my desk and goes, "Why are you reading that? That's not what we're supposed to be reading right now." I look up at him and I'm like, no one's reading anything right now. And then he just looks at me and goes, "Yeah, you're right. Everyone, come on, please get your books out, this and that." And I was just like, I hate it here. That's how much of a fucking dweeb I was. I go and let administration know, you need to get me out of this class. You need to get me out of this classroom. They put me in the only space they had available for me for my schedule without changing everything around. They put me with this, essentially like the what were they calling it back then? It wasn't like continuation school, but it was basically like your last chance before getting kicked out of the school and sent to continuation. It was like your last shot. So they put me in there. The teacher for that, pinche cabrona, man. Like one of these like güeras, but like Latinas, old, like reformed cholas, like that type of fucking vibe. A wonderful fucking woman, man. Wonderful fucking woman. Bien viejita, chaparrita, short, and just old, but got everything. Knew what was happening, and you know, all the, especially the young girls that were troubled, that were having issues, they would go to her. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, and like I actually was learning shit in that classroom, and I was around people that like to fuck around, but understood that, like, all right, I respected her, understood the situation they were in. So it was, I don't know, that environment, like I really, really appreciated. Why am I talking about this? No child left. Oh, literacy rates. Yeah. So yeah, these schools, man. I mean, literally it's like, these kids, how do we reach these kids? It's literally this, man. There's got to be a drop. What are we doing?
How do I reach these kids? How do I reach these gates? How do I reach these gates?
Oh man. Every time it's so good. No, it was so bad that in that classroom, and again, I don't think it's that bad. I'm just exaggerating. Somebody grabbed his backpack, and I guess homie, it was a long commute. So after school, he would go work out. And so he had a spare change of clothes for after his workout, or for his workout and after his workout. Somebody pulled out his fucking tidy whities, bro. Somebody went through his backpack and go like that fucking movie. What is that movie? Is it The Geeks? The Geeks fucking, I don't know. I've never seen it. Where he pulls out the underwear that he steals or whatnot. Literally, this kid goes, "Look!" And everyone turns and you see his like giant white underwear. And spoiler alert, he was white, but so was the teacher that had to leave. She later came back a year later, and I ended up having her as well, and she was amazing. The class was so much, so informative, so much fun. Revenge of the Nerds, that's what it was. That's right. And pulls out, so this kid pulls out his underwear in the middle of the class and goes, "Look!" And this fool got red. Like the closest that I've seen, second closest that I've seen a teacher about to like hit a student, like get down. It was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, no, it was bad. It was bad. But it could have been worse. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, let's get to this. We've been yapping for 46 minutes. 46 minutes. Can we get started, y'all? I miss a lot of what's going on in the chat, but I appreciate y'all. Yeah. Oh, you're the one that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I remember hearing that. I wasn't watching it, so I couldn't see the chat, but I know somebody mentioned. Turns out pro wrestling is more real than the news. Yeah, man. Because at least for the longest, people thought they were getting the mainstream media was giving you the real scoop. And if you didn't believe that, then you were just a conspiracy theorist. Whereas everyone knew that wrestling was fake except, kids, or you have some adults that were like, well, it's not fake, it's predetermined. And it's like, oh, okay, fine. Nearly threw hands with a 13-year-old today. I mean, they pushed them a lot. Were we even 13? I don't know. Was it 6th grade? Yeah, fuck. It was 6th grade. No. It was 7th grade. 7th grade. It was 7th grade. Yeah. All right. Let's get to it. I know y'all been waiting to hear from the queen herself. Before the K Hive, there was, what were Hillary Clinton's cult called? I don't know.
I think all of that is a very good signal that there is beginning to be a better understanding, both by the president and the people around him, as well as by the leaders of our European allies, that there can be common ground amongst us. And the kind of dismissiveness that we saw in the first Trump administration has been replaced by a much more obvious working relationship to the good of European security, transatlantic security, and hopefully Ukrainian security. So I'm actually encouraged. I think all of that is
So I'm actually encouraged. She's like, more blood is being spilled. And that makes me happy. Democrats, liberals, to this day will tell you that this all could have been avoided if we just would have voted for Hillary Clinton. Bro, the atrocities that she would have gone away with no fucking pushback. The atrocities that she would have gone away with no fucking pushback. I mean, yeah, European security, yeah. Securing white supremacy and capitalism is what she means. I mean, it's part of the reason why I was so like legitimately fearful for a Kamala Harris administration. At the start, also when she announced, I mean, she fumbled that shit so bad. But when she announced, like I was legit terrified because I was like, she's gonna be able to get away with so fucking much. And not only get away with it, be applauded for it. Be applauded for that shit. That is so fucking concerning. And I just grabbed my phone. I can't remember what I was about to look up, but I will. Yeah, well, we definitely have to see that with Hillary. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, I had it up there. This right here, man. I don't know why there's a little lag going on.
So, I mean, that is the land of unconfirmed.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
Did it have anything to do with your visit?
No, I'm sure it did.
Maybe I'm just a sexist. Maybe I'm just a machista. This is viewed differently, right? In two ways. Let's just be honest. One, it makes us uncomfortable because we have been raised and conditioned to believe that women should be more caring, more considerate, more emotionally in tune, all this bullshit, right? And so this is extra uncomfortable in that sense. It's like, whoa, but you're a woman, like why are you so evil? It doesn't make sense. You should be caring and loving and nurturing, and you should be pushing for conflict resolutions through diplomacy before war, this and that, right? We've been told that if women ruled the world and things would be more peaceful, this and that. This is a European woman though, bro. This is a white woman. All right? They've always been vicious. They've always been bloodthirsty. They've always smiled and laughed and celebrated when brown and black people have been decimated. All right? Kamala Harris is Eurocentric in her mentality. She's a comprador. So she works towards this. She had to learn this. Hillary was born in it. Raised by it, molded by it. It's within her at all times, right? So while we have to acknowledge that there is that sexism of being like, ooh, this is extra uncomfortable. We're going to be extra critical because it makes us uncomfortable with, you know, the reality of that we've been, the reality is that the socialization on gender that we've been fed is illegitimate. So that, what is that? The word I'm looking for? It's not contradiction. Damn, I'm struggling today. Oh, you know why? Because I'm drinking the champurrado and I'm not drinking my cold brew. We're switching these around. My bad. So the cognitive dissonance of seeing a woman glorified death and destruction like this is a bit unsettling. So our reaction might be a little bit more emotional. Whereas when a man does it, it's to be expected. He's a leader. But again, white feminists celebrate this because it's like, no, yeah, we should be able to do that too. We should be able to celebrate and be gleeful, braggadocious over the death and destruction that we inflict upon the black and brown world. That is their argument. That is their position. Is like, oh, you guys are being sexist for holding Hillary Clinton to an unfair standard, an unequal standards that, you know, Obama, Biden, and Trump, they can essentially brag and laugh at the death and destruction they inflict, and it's to be expected. And instead of saying, hey, we oppose that, and we want a woman that opposes that as well and pushes against that, they're like, no, we want a woman in position of power that can also do all the evil shit that these evil men do. That is white feminism. That is their solution to this. To sexism, their solution is like, oh, we need to do what men do, but better. Man. Exactly, Daria. Her being evil as hell is part of why 2016 Trump voters went with him. Yeah, went that way. 100%. Because like, well, yeah, he's an asshole. He's a little racist, but who isn't? But he's promising all these things. Let's bet on him. And we're talking about, and I'm sure these individuals, most of them eventually got radicalized, right? Once you go down that lane. But if we're being honest about there being sincere voters that felt disenfranchised after the Obama administration. I forgot who did that. It was a short documentary about like this a white community that's just been super impoverished. It's not in Appalachia, but it's maybe around there. And this old fucking like 80-year-old looking ass white man. He was probably like in his 60s, but he probably worked the mine, so he looked older. And he was like, oh no, I voted for Obama. And you're like, holy shit. I mean, again, I was fairly young. I was still in high school during Obama's first election, but the hype that this motherfucker had, the energy that he had. And it's so unfortunate because it really did. It didn't end racism, of course not. But that hype that he had made a lot of racist motherfuckers. It pulled them in. Tractor beam, right? Because that's how charismatic and smooth and fucking how he was able to garner so much enthusiasm and faith in him. That's how Obama was. And I think the country was exhausted from, you had the wars and being lied to. And he seemed, man, this motherfucker, snake oil salesman of the year. To this day, right? Compradors. Like, the consequences of their selling out, of their actions, of their betrayal. I think the impact is greater than Europeans in the sense that it is more demoralizing. It is more demoralizing because you realize how this system can just corrupt and co-opt anything and anyone and mislead you in new and more efficient ways time and time again. The beast fucking learns. It becomes a better predator. Its camouflage becomes more unique, more comfortable. And we're seeing it now. We're seeing it now with this, what's her name? Fucking like Kate or some shit like that. What's her name? Cat. We're seeing it now. We're seeing this new rise of camouflage that the beast has taken with Mamdani, with the DSA. And of course, this is one of the main feeders of the beast, feeding young leftists to the beast is Hassan Piker.
Came, we saw, he died.
Absolutely disgusting. Let's go back to this. Yeah, I struggle with her last name. I mean, I struggle to read shit in general. Claudia, Obama casts a global spell. Beautiful fucking smile, attractive, tall, black, but not too dark skinned. Amazing voice, annoying speaking pattern, but something that can captivate you. Was smart to realize like, hey, I can't have an Asian wife, even though I love her. Kick her to the curb. I have a beautiful black family. Lucked out that he had two daughters. Let's talk about that for a second. Lucked out that he had two daughters. Because when those images leaked, those photos leaked of them like drinking and partying, yes, the races were out for blood. Well, you can't. If it was, imagine if he had boys. Imagine if Obama had boys. Now I'm gonna sound like black male studies and pushing. Can we all agree? Can we put, can we put it, just lay it out and be honest? That the difference in the way that the media would have handled. Lindsay, am I wrong? Am I wrong that the colorism, he was it was like in the safe zone of how media and the country was going to receive him? Scrambles, Michelle Obama isn't Asian. No. He broke up with who, was considered like his actual true love, who was Asian, who he dated throughout college, apparently, or something like that, if I'm remembering this correctly. He broke up with her and acknowledged that it was because he knew that the PR of it all. It would have been received better by and large if he had a black wife and black children. Yeah, but what I'm getting at, y'all, is the way that the media would have portrayed Obama's children if they were boys. It would have been easier for them to vilify them. No, because they're Mexi. Rich people very, very rarely get divorced because it's a business relationship. It's a business relationship. It's a partnership. And also, Michelle's come out and talked a lot about, like, been very open about this shit. Been very open about, like, oh yeah, I was miserable. I didn't want him to run. All this shit like that. So it's a business relationship. The Obamas is a brand, baby. The Obamas is a brand. They would lose too much if they went through a divorce. Mexi, I'm sorry, but I think you just might need to. I actually think Obama loves her. The kayfabe is strong. All right, let's move forward because. All right. Let me give you a little taste of anti-blackness in Latin America.
Quiero que se vaya.
Excuse me. Let me translate. I want her to leave. Now, I'm not going to be able to translate this word for word because it's just a slightly different Spanish. So, some grace. I want her to leave though.
Quiero que se vaya. Ay, por favor, la negra parece.
Ahí está.
Parece
Ay, por favor, la negra parece. Oh, please. The black appears.
que recién le compraron y que venga a hacer el show.
Parece que recién, it appears that she was recently bought. Compraron. Bought.
Que recién le compraron y que venga a hacer el show.
And she wants to put on a show.
Sí.
Acaba
The guy says yes. Sí.
Sí.
Acaba de bajarse del barco.
Acaba de bajarse del barco. She has just gotten off the boat. She has just gotten off the boat. And you know why this white woman is saying this? Because she's fucking jealous. She's fucking jealous. Men and women are admiring how beautiful this black woman is.
Bajarse del barco.
Caga el show, dice.
Borra eso. Borra eso.
The guy says to put on a show. And then she turns around and says, borra eso, meaning, you know, erase that to the camera, knowing that she's being a fucking racist. Knowing that she's being a fucking racist. Oh, delete that. Yeah, it appears to be some type of Big Brother. How these shows have not just died off, I don't understand.
Sos
Eso no
mal.
lo editen.
Sos
Mira,
maldita,
mira, y el
¿no?
otro ahí.
Son malditas. Like they're bastards. Harutu, come. Yes, but come on. Let's lock in Harutu.
El otro, el monito.
I thought she was saying bonito. She says monito. A mono is a way to say monkey in Spanish. No wonder this fucker starts dying laughing.
El monito. Monito del barco.
She's saying monkey. She's saying monkey in Spanish. Yes. 2026. I'm not here when I talk about anti-blackness in Latin America, within the Latino community, within the brown community. Even saying brown is super specific, just Latinos. When I talk about it, I'm not doing it to try and like kiss ass. I'm not doing it to try and be like the most wokest person. I'm not doing it to try and be, oh, I'm different. I'm doing it because it is so prevalent. It is so prevalent and normalized. And it happens just like this. Behind closed doors. Fucking cowards. And it gets laughed off as a fucking joke. I promise you, this gets worse. Not in the way you think, but this gets worse. Not in the way you think. Let's continue.
Monito del barco. Ahí está, el monito y la que acaban de comprar. Ahí está.
Again, the monkey, and then I don't know, que acaban de comprar, that they just bought. And then homie is like laughing, but telling her like, yo, chill.
Te salvo.
Parece que no escucha.
Te salvo, I'll save you. Like, hey, cut it, chill.
Escuchan, boludo. Sí. Ahí está.
Y es que la otra no sabe qué hace para caer bien.
Gracias por
la cuchillera.
rescatarme. Gracias por... Ahí está.
Gracias por... She's saying she's pretending she's saying thank you for rescuing me or purchasing me.
Ahí está creyendo que así la van a salvar.
Cuchillera. Para caer bien.
Gracias por
Rescatarme. Yeah, thank you for... That she's claiming that, oh, look, she's dancing for them, saying thank you for rescuing me.
Gracias por... Ahí está creyendo que así la van a salvar. Lo único que puede hacer ahora es mover el culo.
The only thing she knows how to do is to move her ass. The only thing that she knows how to do is to move her ass, to shake her ass.
Repito, debes abandonar la competencia. Dirigite hacia la puerta giratoria en este mismo instante.
She gets kicked out. She gets kicked out.
Las pertenencias te serán entregadas afuera.
Your belongings will be given to you outside.
Buenas noches.
You can hear people saying, nothing, no pasa nada. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. It was just a comentario. It was just a comment. It was just a comment. Now, I don't know if they're saying that amongst each other or they're trying to console. And I wish that they provided names because they only esposaron la peruana Carmina. O Mavinga. Que hizo de Mavinga. Mavinga. Oh, well, I'm trying to say. Hold on, I'm gonna have to translate this because this is throwing me off. Okay, yes, that is her name. Okay. Are these like their actual names or they're like performer names? Anywho. So I don't know if somebody's trying to console Mavinga by saying, hey, it was, you know, trying to downplay the racism, but like to console her, which is still bad, don't get me wrong. Or worse, trying to dismiss it by saying, no, it's just a comment, it's just a comment. You guys are like overblowing this or making a big deal out of this. Everyone's mic'd up, so I can't tell. Bro, they're lining up to console her and hug her. They're lining up to hug her goodbye after being exposed as a fucking racist.
Tranqui, no me van a hablar. ¿Qué? Quiero decirle a Mavinka.
Mavi,
¿Dónde está?
Mavi.
Quiero decir a Mavinka.
Nunca te hice nada, Carmina, ¿por qué?
No.
Mavinga saying, I never did anything to you. Why did you do this? Like, why?
Tranqui. Chicos, no hace falta que se...
I think she says like, this is the first time that I spoke to you. It's like, I guess we only spoke like one time. Why would you say this? What did I do to you?
No, te quiero decir. Vení.
Are you? Oh my God. No, I want to tell you something. Come here. No, come here. I want to tell you something. They never get off their fucking pedestal unless you fucking drag them off of it. They never get off their pedestal unless you drag their asses. Arses. The Europeanness is overwhelming. Their asses off of it. God damn, bro. Come here. The racism, yo.
Aparte estábamos, quiero decir algo, que al toque que dije, que estábamos acá jugando.
We were just playing. And you know what? When I saw this fool, at first I was kind of like thrown off a little bit. Because maybe the short hair, I don't know. But I'm like, is she going to kind of play it off like, well, he was in the room and he might be. It's Latin America. Not to give credence to the whole raza cósmica, but you never know who has what in their ancestry. So when I first saw this, I'm like, oh, is she gonna? I don't know. Is this like a Vin Diesel situation where people might not notice, right? But is she about to weaponize his potential identity? That's where I was like, huh? Is she gonna go for it?
No, vení. Ya jugamos 1000 veces, hice contigo ese chiste que no se hace, que es un chiste de muy mal gusto, ¿te acuerdas?
She said, no. A million times I've made jokes of bad taste. Jokes you shouldn't be making with you.
No, vení. Ya jugamos 1000 veces, hice contigo ese chiste que no se hace, que es un chiste de muy mal gusto, ¿te acordás? Que lo dijimos una vez, dijiste, no, yo voy a tener esclavos, ta. Y al toque que dije eso, me di cuenta que estábamos jugando acá con Emma, estudio 1, estudio 2, pavadas.
She's claiming that, no, I made jokes about owning slaves, or is she claiming she was making jokes about owning slaves? Literally, yes, metric. Literally talking down to her, yeah. But she's claiming like, no, we've made jokes of bad taste amongst each other about owning slaves.
Y al toque que dije eso, me di cuenta que estábamos jugando acá con Emma, estudio 1, estudio 2, pavadas. Es un chiste de muy mal gusto. Y al toque que dije eso, me di cuenta que estaba mal y dije, borra eso, como siempre.
Oh, she's full of shit. Okay, she's just saying, no, we were joking amongst each other, jokes and bad taste about the people in that room, about owning slaves, this and that. And when I realized that it was inappropriate, I said, borra eso, erase that. Which did happen, but then she started calling her a monkey right afterwards. After saying, borra eso.
El monito y la cacao.
No, te salvo.
Sí. El monito. Mira.
Eso no lo editen.
Al barco.
Haga el show, dice.
Borra eso.
It is a 52-second video. At 16 seconds, she says, borra eso, erase that, delete that. And still continues.
Borra eso.
17, so at 15, 16, 17, she's saying, erase that. In a 52-second clip. So she's trying to lie and say, no, I realized I made a mistake and I said erase that. Making it seem like the production painting her out to be a racist and not her own words and her own actions and her own fucking mind, her own being.
Siempre suelo decir borra eso. Me di cuenta, obviamente, que no era la forma de decir ni de seguir con eso. Entiendo, son las reglas del juego.
I told him to erase it because I realized that was inappropriate. That was not something I should be said. I understand that. These are the rules of the game.
Juego. Sabía que esto iba a pasar en algún momento porque soy muy bocona.
I knew this was going to happen at some point because I have a big mouth. I knew I was going to get kicked off the fucking show for being a racist because I have a big mouth. Calmly, flawless. Oh, I knew this was going to happen. At some point, I knew I was getting kicked off the show for being a racist because I have a big mouth. What kind of fucking apology is that? What type of accountability is that?
Te pido disculpas y le pido disculpas a toda la gente, obviamente de color, porque no es un chiste para hacer acá ni en ningún lado, ni siquiera.
I asked you for your forgiveness, and I asked all the people of color for forgiveness because obviously that's not a joke you should be making.
De forma privada, sabes que no tengo ningún problema contigo, es más.
Even if it's in private, you know that I don't have a problem with you. You know I don't. It's not you. It's the color of your skin. It's your race. You know I don't have a personal problem with you. An apology, y'all. This is an apology.
Te pido disculpas y le pido disculpas a toda la gente, obviamente de color, porque no es un chiste para hacer acá ni en ningún lado, ni siquiera de forma privada. Sabes que no tengo ningún problema contigo. Es más, cuando te pasaron cosas, te di la mano, te abracé. Es eso.
She's saying, you know, obviously these are jokes that should not be made either publicly or in private anywhere. And when these things came out, I gave you a hug. I comforted you. So clearly I'm not a racist.
Acá ni en ningún lado, ni siquiera de forma privada. Sabes que no tengo ningún problema contigo. Es más, cuando te pasaron cosas, te di la mano, te abracé. Es eso. Por eso quería tratar de explayarme un poco más. Capaz no hay tiempo, pero lo hablaremos afuera.
So, you know, when this came out, I held her hand, I hugged you. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain myself any further, but we could talk further outside of all this.
Estaba con Emma y dijo, no dije eso, y incluso le dije a él.
And now she's saying, oh, I was with Emma and this fool here. Yeah, bro, you called her a monkey in front of those twos. And this fool kept laughing the entire time, only telling you to chill because the cameras were on. And the other one remained quiet when she wasn't like giving her little 2 cents of approval.
Pero te pido disculpas porque no era para ofenderte. Yo jamás quiero.
And I ask you for forgiveness because it was not meant to offend you. What the fuck was it meant for? Soy chismosa, no soy racista. Fucking white people tears. That's a defense.
Quiero ofender y no soy racista ni esas cosas que dijo el señor, pero le entiendo, son las reglas de juego y chicos.
She's saying I'm not a racist or whatever, I guess a production said about me. But whatever, those are the rules. Look at this evil fucking creature. Look at this evil fucking creature. Holy fucking shit. Whiteinos, I'm telling you, look, mestizos, brown people, we're fucking racist. But this is why I hate the whole like Latino shit. And so many of us that are brown desire this, worship this. Don't get me started with brown men and whiteinas. Don't fucking get me started. This is some fucking wicked witch shit right here. I'm sorry, this is fucking evil. This is fucking evil. Look at these soulless fucking eyes. You will defend me. You will pay me out to be the victim. You will believe my false apologies. I will be redeemed. Holy shit, man.
Y dijo, no dije eso, y incluso le dije a él. Pero te pido disculpas porque no era para ofenderte. Yo jamás quiero ofender y no soy racista ni esas cosas que dijo el señor. Pero le entiendo, son las reglas de juego y chicos, que gane el mejor.
They're all hugging her, teary-eyed about her leaving. Look at this pendeja right here. Look at this fucking pendeja right here. Applauding her. Because she said, may the best person win. May the best person win. And she gets applauded. Oh, she might be a racist, but at least she's a good sport. Sure, she hates black people, but hey. Fair play. What the fuck?
Y me voy a ver a mi novio, si es que está todavía. Fuerza, chicos.
Did she just say I'm gonna go see my boyfriend?
Fuerza, chicos. Y me voy a ver a mi novio, si es que está todavía. Fuerza, chicos. No pasa nada.
Be strong. Be strong. Nothing's happening. God. We don't hate these people enough. We don't, she's like, huh? No pasa nada. Ánimo, chicos. It's like saying like, oh, raise your spirits. Like, Metric, why is she still going? They cling on to any form of attention.
Y me voy a ver a mi novio, si es que está todavía. Que gane el mejor.
Look at all, like, just a comparison. Just. This is fucking Latin America in one photo. This is Latin America in one photo. On a fucking pedestal raised is the white races. Our white races, right? And you have some, you know, white and some brown people here, because the brown food's here too as well. Reaching out. Reaching out. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. What is it fucking the Khaleesi's or whatever? That racist ass image too, where this white blonde woman is walking like in the middle, and all like the brown and black hordes are just reaching out to her. What was that white woman's name in that show Game of Thrones? I tapped out. The incest was too much. Y'all have same fucking reasons I tapped out House of Dragons. It just gets too fucking gross. White people and their fucking fantasies. But this is a perfect depiction of it. Just a glance of the eye, you know, pretending over here proximity, little pat on the shoulder, pretending. Daenerys Targaryen. Ace would know. Ace would know. Would I be able to find that? What would I even look up? This, but how would you? Because it's part of a commercial. I remember vaguely seeing this. Like walking through, not walking through fire. I don't even know how to look that up. It was part of an ad. I don't even know if it was in the show. I just remember seeing it. It was kind of like that Superman scene, the Zack Snyder Superman, where like all the, I think they were Mexicans. I don't know. I think it was Dia de los Muertos, were like raising up their hands for him because he's a Jesus fucking symbol. Ace. It's too late. It's too late, pal. Smiling. I'm gonna go see my boyfriend.
No pasa nada. Pero me voy expulsada.
Nothing's happening, but I'm leaving. I've been expelled.
No me sacó la gente. Me sacó el dueño de la casa.
Bro. Blows a fucking kiss. The people. This says so fucking much, bro. The people did not kick me out. In other words, I was not kicked out. I was not voted off because of my racism. I got kicked out, you know, by the showrunners. She might be right. Chat, and in the comments, if you're watching this after, let me know. Should the production team have, I mean, it would have been valuable, I think, to learn if she would have been voted off after that racist shit, or if the support for her would have increased. I think it would have told us a whole lot about Latin America. I'm glad they gave her the boot. I hate that they gave her this fucking time to speak. Look. Do you see why I I don't knock Afro-pessimism. Afro-pessimism, I don't knock it. I've only raised concerns of the whole Soros thing, but anything can be manipulated. Anything can be manipulated. But I don't knock it because I've seen anti-blackness transcend cultures, cross fucking borders. And now I'm wondering, I think she would have gained support. I think she would have gained support. I do not think she would have been voted off. And while I think it's correct to kick her off, I think they did it out of fear of what it would have said if she wouldn't have been voted off. To John Tudell, do they script this? I don't think that was scripted. I don't think that aspect of it. I think like most shows, like, you know, they're like, hey, come on, like add a little fucking razzle dazzle. But I don't think this part was I don't think this is scripted.
Chao chicos, les quiero. Les mando pucho, café. Dale. Y dulce de leche. Dale.
Look how everyone is facing her, including the person, you know, hugging Mavigna. The V is throwing me off. Look at this fucking crowd. Almost, I'm going to be honest with you, almost a perfect representation of Latin America. With the diverse skin tones and backgrounds. Even to the point of there not being enough Afro-Latino representation. Not enough black representation. If I'm trying to look. If she was really the only black person in this show, and I've said this before in older streams, that you're putting this individual in danger. You're putting them in danger. I'm not fucking exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. You're leading me to believe that the production team wanted something like this to occur. You know, that Tyra Banks documentary just came out. Haven't had the chance to watch it. Honestly, I remember it was on what, UPN or something like that. I never seen a show of it was a top model. But I do know my homegirl was telling me that Tyra fought to actually have a black model, like a dark-skinned black model, right? At that time, to have one, and of course the racism ensued. And you can make the excuse, oh, that was back in the day, this and that. Okay, cool. What the fuck is your excuse now?
Chao, besos. Me voy. Loca, no puede ser, niña.
Why is she still conscious? Why is she still standing? Holy shit. I had not seen this one. Holy fucking shit, man. Fucking speechless, bro. Holy fuck.
Chao, besos. Me voy. Loca, no puede ser la niña. Crucificada.
I'm leaving crucified. This is the fucking Antichrist. Flames and all. She's saying I've been crucified unjustly, executed for a crime I did not commit. She thinks she's fucking Jesus Christ over here. Fucking shit. And you know what? You know what? You know what? Maybe she is. No. Chat. Maybe she is. Maybe she is. At this moment, in her 5 minutes, taking on all the anti-blackness in Latin America. And so it's perceived to be she's the problem. And the rest of us, and I do mean the rest of us, get that sin of anti-blackness washed away from us. And that's why I'm saying I think it would have told us more about the reality of anti-blackness in Latin America if the production team would have allowed her to stay and seen if she would have gotten voted off. And then to say, hey, you know what? We didn't realize that our audience is so fucking racist. We're going to kick you off anyways. The fact that nobody dragged her off that little fucking podium stage or whatever the fuck. Man. But also my issue here, because somebody says she lost her mind. Nah, this is just, bro, white people are white people regardless of what language they speak, regardless of their culture, regardless of what country they're in. This is what they do. Always performing like the fucking victim.
Que gane el mejor.
Carmen.
Qué cagada, Carmen. Qué cagona esta mujer. Nunca le hablé mal, nunca nada.
And she's saying, I never told her anything. Nothing. Nada.
No pienses. Relájate.
Un chiste mal gusto, tómalo como eso. Un chiste mal gusto.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Te quedes mal porque...
And they're trying to downplay, oh, it was just a joke. Nothing's happening. It was just bad taste. Nah, fuck her. She's a racist.
Que es nada, desubicado. Ya está. Hay gente que se desubica y eran armados.
Desubica. Desubica is one of those words I've always heard, but I've never really known what it meant. I think like uneducated or without class. Desubica. I wouldn't even know how to spell it. Chat, let me know. I gotta have some Spanish speakers in here. Harutu, thank you for the super chat. What's up with the tattoo on her chest? Harutu, I don't think she's actually the Antichrist. You guys are too funny. Out of place. Okay. Thank you so much. It would be Pepe.
Mano ubica, ya está. Ya está. Exacto. No hiciste nada. Vos ni te enteraste, o sea. No, solamente le vi a la mañana que te llama, no me saludó a la mañana, no sé por qué. Y yo me senté mirando que si no me saludó, yo tampoco no le saludé después. Pero tranquila, vos no hiciste nada. Cosas que...
They're telling her like relax, you didn't do anything. You're fine, you didn't do anything. All right, Nancero. That just it's not just being weird, like because I draw the line at like sexualizing stuff because it feeds a lot of parasocial things. But the fact that we're talking about anti-blackness, if you would have waited for that for the Sam Piker section,
I voted for Kamala Harris.
probably would have
You got
ignored it or
problem?
downplayed it. But the fact that you are so inclined to dismiss or to remove the focus when we're looking at anti-black racism in Latin America, something that I feel that, look, I do take it as a responsibility to talk about it. I do find that as part of my role here. Maybe that's too grandiose of me, whatever. I'll take it. But I take that shit serious. Earlier, you already asked, am I going to talk about the war? Again, we're talking about this right now. I was very patient with you. But it is not only this inappropriate in regards to me, but more importantly, it's inappropriate in regards to discussing anti-blackness, to discussing racism. Maybe that shit flies in other places, but not here.
Ella no me gustan sus series verticales.
No sabía nada.
Un estudiador, le pido disculpas a...
Eso me sorprendió.
Sí, pero no se pueden hacer chistes con esas cosas.
Y aparte nunca, yo con ella.
She's saying, I was surprised. I never told her anything. The lady next to her saying, you can't make jokes like that. This fucking idiot is where is he?
Eso me sorprendió.
This guy should have also been kicked off because he's complicit. He encouraged it. He was laughing. He was encouraging it. In fact, he wanted to protect her from the cameras.
Sí, pero no se pueden hacer chistes con esas cosas.
Y aparte nunca, yo con ella nunca hablé algo mal, ni nada, jamás.
Está bien, pero...
I never spoke to her. I never said anything bad to her. Never.
A ver, bueno, tranqui.
Vos tenés que pensar
no,
que Gran Hermano es
vos no
un-
hiciste nada, no pienses que hiciste o que nada, no, listo.
She's saying you didn't do anything wrong. You're good. You're fine. You didn't do anything bad at all. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean the production team, the studio, absolutely. Yeah, they feed off of this shit. I mean, we're talking about it, right? They don't give a fuck. They don't care how traumatizing this may be, how this may affect Malvina. They don't care. And Hirotu, yes, she is ridiculously beautiful. And even still, and arguably even more so, will face, racist attacks from jealous white women. It was fueled out of jealousy, that hatred fueled out of jealousy. Yeah, it appears to be Big Brother, but I mean, there's different spin-off shows like this. But yeah. All right, y'all. Man. And I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for, sticking around and, going through that breakdown with me. I understand sometimes I might not be translating the best, or there's a language barrier there. So I appreciate y'all sticking around and just, helping me, break down and expose anti-blackness in Latin America. I don't watch shows like that, so it's not gonna be a regular occurrence, but anti-blackness is prevalent and prominent throughout Latin America. So definitely something that I need to work on making sure that it's more prominent. Well, that came out wrong, but like that within the streams that we cover anti-blackness in Latin America, especially like Spanish speaking media more. So that's something I'm definitely going to work on. So thank you. I appreciate it for sticking around. All right, y'all. So this next fucking beauty over here. Dope. Look, real quick, before we move on. We got 50 likes. We got 112 people here. Appreciate y'all. Triple digits. That's beautiful. That's awesome. It's encouraging. Hit the like button. Pretend it's Cash Patel. And hit that like button if you will. It helps the chat out. It helps the show out, the channel. The stream. But I appreciate y'all being here. David Barnes, I know anti-blackness is global, but is it worse out of the States? I wouldn't even know how to begin to calculate that, or I don't know. The transition, right? The transition. Cinnabon, check out the clip of Raimund hates Targaryens from the spin-off Night of the Seven Kingdoms on your own time. Very appropriate. Man, I can't do those shows, to be honest. I've never been a huge fan of fantasy in general. Like, I appreciate Lord of the Rings, but it was not something that I'll rewatch. I've just never been a big fan of fantasy, the fantasy genre. It's not really my thing, to be honest with you. Sci-fi more than fantasy, but even then, what I will say though is that Dungeons and Dragons, that movie that just came out, I was so shocked by how entertaining it was. I'm not saying it was good. I'm saying it was entertaining, and I was surprised by it. I just didn't think that it should have been. And then it was a very kind of heartwarming story too, about found family, things like that. I was really surprised. But overall, I'm not the biggest fan of fantasy. Like I said, I didn't watch Game of Thrones. I know about it enough. I can't think of any series that I've been into that was fantasy based. I can't think of anything. I think The Knight's Tale with Heath Ledger maybe ruined that whole genre for me. I'm thinking, but I can't remember. You know what movie I never checked out? Remember, I'm old. Going to the video store and never watching was Martin Lawrence. Black Knight. Never seen it. Always saw the cover of it and just never got around to it. I wonder though if I was maybe too young to watch it, and that's why. But I remember that was always a movie that I saw on the shelves. I was like, oh, I want to watch that. So maybe I'm blocking out being told no. I don't know. I mean, I do want to watch Dune at some point. I hear it gets better. Reptilian, yes, Latino Americans are anti-black, but I think girls still like black men. Fetishization. They fetishize black men, which is still a form of racism. I was going to recommend you watch the movie Un Rey en La Habana from like 2009. It's a Cuban-Spanish movie in Spanish, and you can see their anti-blackness in just the first few minutes. Okay, but is it from what era of Havana, of Cuba? Because I'm understanding that the movie came out in 2009. Because one thing that is pushed is that Cuba is anti-black, is something that is very prominently pushed as American propaganda to create a rift between New Africans and supporting the Cuban Revolution. What was I just watching? Was it the Morning Remix show? I think it was. A couple of days ago. They talked about that. They talked about how that's weaponized. So I recommend you check that out. In fact, let me pull it up. I don't think today's Thursday. I don't think I have anything planned for until later. So we got a little bit of more time. Oh my God, bro, look at this. Talking about racist white women. Emma Vigeland. It was the Morning Remix show, right? Let me just pull it up really quickly because I think this is something that I can't really talk too much on. But it was something that I appreciate being educated on. Yeah, it was this one. No, it wasn't this. It was a Morning Remix show. This is the one I need to get back to because I caught the end of it. God, I'm so jealous of that beard. Was it this one? Is it funny that I distinguished what episodes it was based on like not just the host but what they were wearing? Yeah. Awesome. It was this one. It's just really quickly, easily distracted. It's getting warm in here, that's why. 134, Jesus, bro. I think Savior Complex was one. Yeah. So around here.
Cuba, and so we have to engage in intentional political education with them to kind of like make sure they don't start tripping about.
Let's go back a little bit. Don't tell me I'm not a fan, y'all. Don't tell me I'm not a fan. I just sleep in sometimes.
That. So they're fighting and steadfastness and clarity and refusal to compromise throughout Cuba's revolutionary history. And again, in like case after case after case, it's Africans. It's Africans. Cuba's an African nation. Fidel Castro said that. Amilcar Cabral said that. So they're fighting in solidarity with us, but they're also fighting for themselves because they understand our liberation is interconnected. And also so one last thing, to Salifu's article, Out of the Clouds, we take a lot of brigades from the US to Cuba. Like the VP has brought like over 10,000 people to the United States. The National Network on Cuba has the Mayday Brigade. And let me tell you, the propaganda in the United States about anti-blackness in Cuba, about queer antagonism in Cuba, it always impacts the brigades. Like people come with that mindset, even when they want to go to Cuba. And so we have to engage in intentional political education with them to kind of like make sure they don't start tripping about lies when they get there. And so Lipu's article is something that we always make people read in our prep process because it really lays out that the Africans on the island in Cuba are materially and politically in a better place than us because they fought for free healthcare, they fought for subsidized housing, they fought for free education, and they won that with their organized efforts. Whereas here, like Musa pointed out, we are murdered without consequences by the state. We are disenfranchised. We are locked out of employment. We are locked out of safe housing. So for us to think that we're going to go to Cuba and save anybody, save African people or anybody is like absurd because we are trying to get to where they already got to.
Listen,
this is why I don't really cover shows, streams, what have you, videos that I'm a fan of. This is why. Because what do you add to that? What can I add to that? Pepe, nah, bro. I mean, unless you're talking about the gusanos in Florida, maybe you're Cuban, maybe you're Afro-Cuban, but that's definitely something I have not seen. The reason why it works for Dominicans is because of the anti-blackness in regards to the separation with Haiti.
The savior complex that even our own people bring with them to places like Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, like, and they think that by having the savior complex, they're doing the revolutionary thing, which is so backwards. But to your point about like,
so check out this. The whole stream's good, but especially this section is very, very, very informative. I think they pulled up the, here it is. No, the Partido Independencia de Color was dope. I did not know about them. I think Jackie brings up Jackie Luke. Yeah, this is the Out of the Clouds. Remarks are Out of the Clouds. Remarks on anti-blackness in Cuba by Salifu. So again, check out those pieces. It's a bummer because I was planning to pull this up tomorrow to go alongside a piece on Counterpunch about Marco Rubio speaking for Cubans. I mean, Pepe, unless... Yeah, but the Me No Black doesn't work. Right? By saying I'm Cuban, it's a national identity in the aspect of this is a Cuban revolution. Right? To combat US imperialism and not get swept up into the distorted co-optation of identity politics that America pushes forward, as just perfectly described here, in order to try and use that as a wedge issue to stop the Cuban Revolution. So if you've heard something similar, again, it's not analogous, it's not comparable to Dominicans who are saying that to be anti-black, to distance themselves from blackness. Whereas what you're referring to seems that you might have ran into some Cubans that are trying to put their anti-imperialist struggle on the forefront. Understanding that identity has been co-opted in order to create an anti-revolutionary movement on the island. I recommend Esteban Montejo, The Autobiography of a Runaway Slave. It's about the life of a Maroon who fought in the Cuban War of Independence. Montejo also may have been a member of the PIC. Oh, interesting. I'll check that out. Thank you so much. Is that Anthro Nor? Vampiros en La Habana. Again, are these documentaries or movies? Shitty macho. Marco Rubio speaking for Cubans is like me speaking for fish. I am Chitty Matcha and I speak for the fish. That's hilarious. All right, let's get back to this. So much fun to be had. All right, why are we covering this? Well, because this shit happened. It's all interconnected, I promise. It's all interconnected, I promise. Let's see here. Let's move this over here. Over here. Yeah, it should work.
Paul is a great guy, and you know, part of the deal is he said, "Do you mind if I do an interview with Jake Paul is a great guy?" And you know, part of the deal is he said, "Do you mind if I do an interview with you?" I said, "Jake, I'm the president of the United States. I don't do interviews. Look at Joe Biden. He went 2.5 years without doing an interview because he was shot. But he was shot 30 years ago, too. He was no good."
You know, brain rot.
But I said, "Jake, I'm president. How can I do your local podcast?" But his local podcast is big stuff, and he's big stuff. Jake, you got to come up. Come here. Come on. You got to come. This guy has guts. And he walked out with a broken jaw. Anyway, this was not the greatest fight. But you know what it showed? Lots of courage. Come here, Jake. Say a few words.
Homie said you got your ass beat.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump has taught me is courage. You know, we never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much, much bigger than you. And I feel
he was huge, 2 stories tall. I'm brave for collecting a paycheck, for finally not fighting old men.
all the local Kentuckians feel the same way. You guys have that fight. You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here. The future of America.
I'm sorry, Daria is hating on Jake Paul's style. Look at this perfect tie. Look at this perfectly placed tie. This is a businessman, multimillionaire, a mogul. Look at this. How are you hating on this suit?
America. I grew up just a few hours away from here, and my dad taught me to fight. And all of our voices matter in America. And I'm never afraid to speak the truth. And I know you guys aren't. We are here representing the United States, and it's just a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Trump. We need more factories like this thriving all over the country. And I know he's going to be the one to bring that here to us. I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
God's got us. Trump's got us. A little too close there. Just say it. Just say it. God Emperor Trump. Why would you skip on the best part? What the fuck? Why would you skip out on the best part?
It's a piece of. No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say,
he's not a great boxer. He got started way too late in his career. So I don't understand, like, when you're on roids, and you're fighting old men, you should look pretty fucking good.
I predict, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. Okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy.
Complete and total endorsement. Now we're going to read this piece here. Shadowboxing with Ghost Whiteness, Jake Paul, and the crisis of U.S. imperialism. But first, we got to hear from the smartest man on the planet. You thought it was Donald Trump? No. Donald Trump is a politician. He can't be trusted. What we need is a truth teller.
Yeah.
Are you excited for the White House card? That looks really good.
Yeah.
No, it fucking doesn't. No, this is, I can't stand, and Ben Shapiro has done this. Look, you're a whole lot of things that are not okay to be. A racist, conniving, insidious, a propagandist for reactionary thought, xenophobic, all these things. This isn't Ben Shapiro, by the way. I forget this idiot's name. The Creep Destiny just debated him. Didn't make him fucking throw a tantrum, so that was entertaining, not gonna lie. What is this was name? Well, it just says Joe Rogan, and they don't mention this other little dweeb. That's hilarious. To call, oh, let's pull it up. Fuck it. I'm gonna be a fucking little meathead for a second. Let's look at the fight card. Where is it? No, let's use this one. All right. Gaethje did appear to have a staph infection going into his fight with Paddy Pimblett. Paddy Pimblett, not top 5, arguably not even top 10 at lightweight. Was given the Sean O'Malley path. Sean O'Malley demonstrated with that Yan fight that he was legit, although I think he lost it. But Paddy is just another European hype train. And Gaethje, even with staph infection, won every round and was brutalizing him. But Gaethje had been sitting out to get a guaranteed title shot that he did not deserve. And he didn't want to fight top contenders like Armin or any of the younger guys coming up. He was dodging those fights. He had already lost to Oliveira for the title fight. So he's 0-2 in title fights, in legitimate, not interim title fights. He's been an inter-champ before. 0-2 in UFC title events, title fights. He was a WSOF or PFL champ, if I'm not mistaken, a while back ago. Shouldn't be in this fight. If Ilya Topuria comes out in his worst fucking day, he should walk through Gaethje. It's a waste of a title defense. It should be Armin. Look, dude, this is what Armin just is doing in the meantime, because the UFC is putting him on the sidelines, because Armin is low-key a little bit of a fucking hothead. What's this fucker's name? Here we go. Look at this.
I think he wants to, again, try to wrestle up, but every time he wrestles up, he ends back in that front headlock position.
Big weight difference.
Again, and
now he takes the back, but
Makayev is a solid grappler.
he's under the chin. Makayev trying to get out, but he will not.
Out.
He's done. Good night, noble adversary.
That was a beautiful transition right into the choke. And also,
but Armin is just out here doing side quest after side quest because he can't get a fucking fight scheduled. And he's number 2. Well, he's number 1. He should be the number 1 contender. Number 2 lightweight in the world. Just wasting his fucking time in his career. And mind you, this is a rich kid, bro. This is like his fucking father is like a millionaire. And this is what he does. So instead, Gaethje's getting his last title shot, a fucking easy gimme to Topuria. Again, Topuria gonna walk through him. You have, as a co-main event, Alex Pereira going up to heavyweight, trying to get a third title, this time an interim title against Cyril Gane, who has been gifted. I wouldn't even say gifted heavyweight title shots, because there's nothing occurring in heavyweight. There's nothing occurring. The golden age of heavyweight was a decade ago. When we had DC, Kane, you had even Bigfoot Silva, Ubering for a second there. Brock Lesnar, even that. Mark Hunt in his resurgence. We had fucking Frank Mir snapping and breaking limbs. Big Nog was still moving around a little bit. We had I mean, Fedor never made it over, but he was destroying and Strikeforce before the merger. Verdum. I mean, man, all that is gone. Stipe, even Ngannou towards the tail end of that heavyweight era. But the UFC doesn't pay the big boys enough to not try and make it in another sport. This is not a good fight card. O'Malley versus Zahabi. Zahabi is one of the most boring fighters. Great technical, is able to win rounds. Awesome. One of the most boring fighters. Another gimme to O'Malley instead of giving him the guaranteed fucking banger against Corey Sandhagen, the Sandman, who is never going to be champ unless some weird freak incident happens. Is never going to be champ, but scraps. He's a fighter's man. Always brings a fucking war, no matter who he's fighting. Great fucking technical striker. Fucking squirmy, grappler. But instead of making that banger of a fight, because they want to protect O'Malley, they give him Zahabi, excuse me. Then we have Rufi, the Zionist over here, versus Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler's like, what, fucking 0-7? Washed. Sat out for like almost 2 years waiting on Conor McGregor. You have Bo Nichols, this fucking hype train that's been derailed, just thinks that he's a fucking gift to God, a gift from God to the MMA world, versus who? Dawkins? Who the fuck? I've seen a couple of his fights. Do you know who I keep thinking Dawkins is? That fucking, the comp that dropped down from like heavyweight to light heavyweight just to get knocked out again. Then we have Lopez versus Garcia. Lopez has just been gifted a second title shot against Volkanovski and did worse. Ended up breaking both of his legs this time versus Garcia as the opener. Horrible fucking card. This is a trash fucking card. A waste of time card because it's wasting a lot of fighters' valuable time. Literally the only fight that's interesting to me in this lineup is Pereira versus Gane, because Pereira's going up to heavyweight for the first time in the UFC. But it's not even guaranteed that he's going to be able to unify the titles against Tom Aspinall, because Gane fucking butchered both of his eyeballs. I try not to talk about MMA, y'all. I'm sure the viewership just went down. I try not to talk about MMA. This is a trash fucking card. So the moment that you hear some fucking casual, which I'm trying to be, I really am working hard to be a fucking casual, tell you that, oh, this was going to be a great card. Whatever the fuck they have to say about anything beyond that is just nonsense, a fucking lie. It's an absolute fucking lie. I mean, why do this? And you see Ben Shapiro do this as well. Like, try to act like they're fucking one of the bros, one of the dudes. First of all, you shouldn't be aiming to be one of the bros, one of the dudes. That's some shit that I'm trying to fucking, separate myself from. I tell you guys all the time, hold me accountable. If you're trying to be a woke skull, do it. What the fuck does that even mean anyways? Holding each other accountable? Good. I want to fucking be held accountable. Right? I've been in martial arts my entire life, essentially. Fucking old. There is a very, toxic masculinity, little fucking fascistic, especially with all respect, but like the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu crowd, they were all Bolsonaro supporters, all this stuff. Fucking Blue Lives Matter flags all over gyms. Special fucking programs for pigs and fucking war criminals, veterans, right? You see it everywhere. It's really difficult to find a gym that doesn't have that. It's the reason why, what's his name, that rich kid Fergie Chambers, why he gained some fucking popularity is because he banned cops and military servicemen, war criminals, from his gym because it's so rare to see in the scene. It takes, man, you got to be around some fucking, since I was a kid, I've been around fucking cops because of that in the martial arts scene, right? It's very annoying because they almost appear to be like real people. Almost. But the purpose of training is to brutalize us further. That's the purpose of training, to brutalize us. Anywho, a very reactionary element within martial arts. Don't believe the Orientalism, mysticism of like, oh, this is about a warrior, this and you got to be like a samurai. These motherfuckers aren't reading poetry, much less writing poetry. So, you hear somebody say this is a great card, they're full of shit. They're full of shit. They're trying to pretend to be in the know. They're trying to fucking stroke Joe Rogan's ego. It's nonsense. Pancho, UFC, like all pro sports, is right-wing, hyper-masculine trash. Maybe I'm too hyper-masculine. But all those ball sports, all those running around with fucking gear and pads, or like the NBA fucking falling and dropping over like touching somebody's hand, I don't think the violence is there enough to really garner the reactionary fervor that mixed martial arts can. So I would push back against that, because I don't think you see the same level of reactionary fan base for, let's say out here, the Lakers, that you would for a Sean Strickland fan. There is no fucking equal to Sean Strickland. You have Justin Gaethje, who's always bragging about, being Mexican, that he's a Mexican fighter because his mother's Mexican, who's going to be, as we're going to read shortly, one of the fighters that's going to be helping train the FBI. All right, let's listen to this fucking tryhard.
Yes. I'm excited. It sounds crazy. I know. Yeah.
Are you excited for the White House card? That looks really good.
Are you excited for the UFC White House? That looks really cowabunga, dude. That looks really awesome balls. That looks really fucking dope, bro. Are you excited for it? Gee willikers. I can't wait for them to put up their dukes. What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? Are you a human being? Like, there's nothing wrong with being a fucking dork, a dweeb, a nerd, a geek. Nothing wrong with it at all. There's plenty surrounding it that makes, you wrong. Stop trying to be a fucking bro. It's not you. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Yes.
Does this motherfucker even blink?
Yeah. Are you excited for the White House card? That looks really good.
He's dead inside. He is dead inside. Oh my gosh, bro. He is dead inside. He is staring at his fucking God. And he has lost his soul in doing so. He is in the presence of his fucking alpha. And is afraid to fucking turn away or blink out of fear that he might show some type of disrespect. He doesn't want Joe to think that he's challenging his dominance. Holy shit, man. Yeah, Constantine. What a fucking badass name for a fucking loser. Are you excited for the card? It looks bangers. The fuck?
Yes. I'm excited. It sounds crazy. I know it's going to be very high security and high stress and weird to have a
high stress
fight at the White House in the middle of a fucking war. But I would hope the war will be sorted out by June, but quite honestly, I'm not confident that that's going to be the case.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so that would be weird.
Yeah.
Having this very high profile event where everybody's in one place at one time right there.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that doesn't exist. If you can hear me. Alex Perea, sacrifices have to be made. Chama, I'm sorry. Nobody's thinking that, Joe. No one's thinking that. Nobody's hoping for that. Nobody's praying for that. Nobody's going to laugh at that. Nobody's going to throw a celebration after that. Dude, like the way that white people make themselves like consistent targets and victims and the paranoia of settlers is astonishing. Man, but unfortunately, Iran, I don't think would violate human rights to that degree. They're a whole lot better than we are. All right. Trash card. Already pretend there's going to be crazy high fucking security. I wonder if Joe Rogan's even going to mention what fight other than the Cyril Gane versus Pereira fight is going to be interesting. Again, that's only interesting because of the weight move.
Yeah.
So you're not excited to be there?
That seems like seems like you're asking for.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that at all.
How could you not think of that?
Well, because I'm not going to be there. You're the one that has to think of it. I was.
Yeah.
Are you?
How can you not think about that? Because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody fucking cares. Imagine saying, "Oh, I sure hope that we stop murdering and bombing the people of Iran, including young girls, because I want to feel safe and cozy while I'm helping uplift white supremacy and fascism." Oh, gee willikers, I sure hope this whole war is over with, that we can eradicate the Iranian threat by the time that we start this fucking, I mean, for a motherfucker that's obsessed with ancient history, with the fucking Romans and all that fucking fascist bullshit, revisionist history, you would think, oh yeah, there's a war going on. You have the Epstein stuff. You have corruption left and right. You have ICE murdering people on the streets, kidnapping people. The security state expanding using AI. And there's going to be a grand event at the White House where underpaid athletes are going to compete in damaging each other physically. There's going to be bread there too. And you know, there's going to be a cage. It's going to appear like a circus, if you will. I wonder if I should be concerned about being fucking nuked, or whether or not I'm contributing to the bread and fucking circus and normalization, as well as a distraction of this continued rise of fascism in the US. Rise of it. Not the first appearance, not the reemergence, the continued rise. Nah. Worried about his own fucking skin. Worried about himself. Imagine. Look, I don't buy into this false flag shit. I think they're too incompetent and stupid to pull something off like that. And I don't think they need to pull off a false flag. Donald Trump's administration, as well as Netanyahu, all know that there's no resistance, there's no organized, actual socialist, communist, anarchist movement to push back in an anti-war effort. We just spent, over 2 years protesting against the genocide of Palestine, and nothing changed. And a lot of that was under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. There is no organized anti-war movement. There just isn't. So this whole, they're going to do a false flag for what? For what? Why would they need to do a false flag? What would that accomplish? What would that secure them? The war that they're already engaging in? Approval from Congress? Like they fucking need it. For the love of the game, maybe. I'll give you that. Maybe they're just like, hey, you know, we're getting rusty. No, Gio, we would be praying for them. Just like we prayed for Charlie Kirk. UOC fighters train FBI agents in historic seminar this week will be even better prepared to protect the American people, Kash Patel says. What? Like, bro, let me tell you this. As somebody who has not gone to seminars, and here's why I have not gone to them. I am not training consistently enough to where going to a seminar would be beneficial for me. I would benefit more from running a few miles before going to go train than I would from any live seminar. It just makes no fucking sense. A seminar is to increase your technique, right? To work on those finer details by some, hopefully a legend or somebody that is, you know, credible enough to travel and give seminars. What the fuck is this going to do for FBI agents? You think these motherfuckers are fucking, I mean, some of them are, but the majority of them are doing like no gi fucking tournaments. I mean, the gi would work better for a pig, but anyways, it's just so fucking stupid. UOC fighters will head to Quantico this week to train FBI agents and students in what FBI Director Kash Patel is calling a historic seminar. According to a press release from UFC on Wednesday, the Mixed Martial Arts Promotion Company has partnered with the FBI for a training course taking place on March 14th and 15th at the FBI Special Agent Academy. The athletes, along with UFC matchmaker Mick Maynard, why the fuck do you need Mick Maynard there? Is he the one gonna be matching up the fucking like the FBI agents who they're gonna fucking train with? Will provide insight into how they train for competition. Why the fuck is Mick Maynard there? Look, Joe Silva was a disgusting little man, but made some amazing fucking matchups. Mick Maynard will provide insight into how they train for competition. Please make these fucking pigs cut weight. Please tell them that they have to cut weight before they go out to fight crime. That would be fucking awesome. As well as demonstrate specific techniques and tactics. Offering a unique perspective to the students as they prepare to enter the field office. What the fuck, bro? That is so fucking stupid. First of all, just off the bat, if you're intelligent and you're engaging in a street fight, an unfucking sanctioned fight, you never want to close your fist, first of all. Because your hands aren't wrapped. You're not wearing a fucking glove. You want to fucking Bas ruin that shit. Pancreas. Palm strike, right? Even slap. A little cuff, you know? For the ears. What the fuck? 2 days, a 2-day seminar, not even a course, a 2-day seminar. What do you think you're going to learn, bro? I'm assuming most of these fools don't know how to fucking throw like a 4-punch combo. I mean, look, unfortunately, training jiu-jitsu, especially in the gi, does help out these pigs because they're wearing a lot of fucking gear. You want to be able to sweep somebody because in an altercation like that, most of the time it ends up in the ground. Again, you punch somebody wrong. There's a story of Bas Rutten training with Dan Henderson. And I guess Dan Henderson kept throwing over right hands because that's all he fucking knows how to throw. And the H-bomb. And Bas was just like, I stopped doing that. Hey, relax, chill. But Dan Henderson comes from, what was that old team? Tim Sylvia used to train out of there. Pat Miletich. Was it the Pit? No, it wasn't the Pit. It wasn't the original American Top Team, right? Oh, what was, because the Lion Pit was Ken Shamrock's team. Fuck, I'm old. Oh man, Robbie Lawler came out of this camp with Matt Hughes. Pat Miletich led this fucking team. I swear to God, if any one of you knows this answer, automatic fucking oh no, I'm not gonna say that because how do you spell his name? MMA. I put Pat Miletich. What was his team name? Oh, he went by the Croatian Society. That's funny. Was it just the Miletich fight system? What was the gym name then? Why am I? Oh, what the fuck? I guess so. That's funny. I don't remember it being that. Damn, I could have sworn they had a different name. But Pat was a little bit before my time. By the time I got into the UFC and MMA in general, Matt Hughes had, like, the first fight I ever seen on a bootleg DVD was Matt Hughes slamming Carlos Newton in avenging Pat Miletich's loss to Carlos Newton for the welterweight title. Huh. All right, my bad. What else is said? In a statement, Patel called the seminar a tremendous opportunity for our FBI agents to learn and train with some of the greatest athletes on earth, helping the world's premier law enforcement agency be even better prepared to protect American people. He added, Dana White has changed the game in the mixed martial arts industry, and we're extremely honored to be partnered with him, the professionals, and the UFC. We are grateful for their shared love of our nation so that we can better defend her. UFC CEO White said, I have tremendous respect for the FBI and the work they do every day to protect this country. Our UFC fighters are some of the baddest men and women on the planet, and they are heading to Quantico to train the best FBI agents in mixed martial arts for 2 fucking days, bro. For 2 fucking days. Why did I get in that Pat Miletich rant, by the way? Oh, I skipped this part? My bad. Athletes attending include current interim UFC lightweight champion Justin Gaethje, first UFC BMF champ George Masvidal. Oh my gosh, a fucking gusano, bro. A gusano of gusanos. George Masvidal, bro. Jorge.
100% in Cuba. Nicaragua, I've known the situation's been bad there for a while, but I'm not that versed in Nicaragua. But in Cuba, I can tell you, it should have been done 60 years ago. But the people need it. They've needed it. They're dying literally over there. We need this. We need this for Cuba.
Gusanos as far as the eye can see. Open hand strikes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Open hand strikes. The reason why I brought that up is you don't want to break your hand. And Dan Henderson came out of Pat Miletich's team. And they were known for just going. It's like the equivalent of the American Valetudo team. The American team. They competed in Valetudo. Oh, what is this Brazilian team? Why am I struggling with this? Shoot box. Fucking killers like the Axe Murderer, Shogun, Rua, Ninja, I think Big Nog and Little Nog were both out of there. But you know, Pat's team, they were fucking knuckleheads too, and apparently, you know, if you strike somebody wrong in the head, you could break your hand because the head is stronger than your hand. And Bas Rutten kept telling him, stop doing that. Stop swinging like that. Stop swinging so hard. Because Ann Henderson has power, right? And he wouldn't listen. So Bas Rutten lowered his head and gave him the top, the crown. So when Dan threw, Dan hurt his hand. And Bas was all right. Because it absorbed, unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure his brain wasn't, but it absorbed the hit in the thickest part of his skull. So little things like that, if you're not aware of that, I always tell people, run away, run away. At this point, I've been training in martial arts most of my life. I don't think I'm great at it, but I know more than most, the average person. And I will still tell you, walk away every single time. Walk away, run if you have to. I would. But if you're put in a situation that you cannot escape from, don't break your hand. Right? And so, but you got to train that way. You have to know how to fucking use palm strikes. So individuals like Bas Rutten, who comes from the Pancreas days. Pancreas was basically like wrestling meets MMA. See, you weren't allowed to throw actual punches. They had to be like palm strikes. El Guapo. So apparently punches were allowed to the body, but not to the face. But the palm strikes were really big back in the day.
Why don't we ever see palm strikes in current MMA or bare knuckle?
Because people are stupid.
It's that simple.
It's really, if you break it down, it's the most dumbest thing. On a short, okay, the longer a punch can travel, the more power it has. Imagine I only have this move to hit. If I make it a palm strike, look what happens. I have this much more space. They say that's not a lot. Well, on this distance, that's a lot. Palm strike, they think I slap him in the face. I don't. I use this bone. I use the lowest part and I hit you behind the ear. I'll swing around the head. Still legal. It's outside the mohawk, but you're going to hit him here behind the ear. Dude, your equilibrium is going to freak out.
Why don't we ever see...
I'm just kidding. These, bro. But if you're not training for that, what the fuck are you going to teach an FBI field agent about striking? You're going to tell him to fucking make a fist. Please. Please tell him that. Please teach him that. Exactly. Teach him how to... Are you going to teach him how to bite? Because you should fucking bite. You should fucking bite. But yeah, this Gusano over here is apparently... unsurprising, one of the people that's going to be training. Again, Justin Gaethje, half Mexican, going to be out there. Former UFC middleweight champion Chris Weidman, of course. Former UFC strawweight title challenger Claudia Gadelha. Really? Wow, that's disappointing. Former UFC lightweight title challenger Michael Chandler. Unsurprising. Michael Chandler's a sick fucking individual. Let me show you this. He's so fucking racist that he adopted 2 black boys.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children.
It's over. It's over. No, I literally said I hope they teach him to use fucking closed fist.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children.
My theory has been that he's so fucking racist that he purposely adopted black children because he thinks that only a white man can raise them right. That is my fucking theory. This is how much of a racist I believe this man to be.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children. I'm not raising black men. I'm raising men.
He's gonna, not only is he already hurting them, not only is he already neglecting them, this mindset is gonna put them in so much fucking danger as they grow older.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children. I'm not raising black men. I'm raising men. And whether you are black or you are white, no matter what race that you are, there are certain things about being a man and being a good man when it comes to character and integrity and safeguarding the helpless and sticking up for those who need it. And being a good man of reputation, none of that has to do with skin color.
Oh man. None of that has to do with skin color.
This is exactly how God created us to be. This is exactly how my family unit was supposed to be.
Add the Christian nationalism for an added fucking sazon. What could possibly go wrong?
I'm not raising black children.
So look, he's a fucking racist through and through. A white savior. Peak white savior. Who was a homie right here that said Quest MMA? I don't even think that was the team name, but yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Was Dan not part of Pat's team? Because they had the green, right? And yeah, they co-opted. That's so funny. Henderson MMA team. That's a way off. Team Quest is a mixed martial arts training camp founded by Randy Couture and Dan Henderson with facilities. Okay. That's what I was thinking about. I was off. You know why? Because I don't associate Randy with Team Quest anymore. I just associated him with Extreme Couture out in Vegas. I'm a fucking poser, man. Who said that, by the way? Who said Team Quest? Quest MMA. Yeah, Juan? Bow to your sensei. Man, give me a sec. I need to fucking crack the door open. It's so fucking hot in here. The hot ass champurrado does not help. Listen, if I would activate the ad blocker, be missing out on this. Perfection. Where are we at? Oh, Manel Cap also. There's a homophobe for you. And mixed martial arts legend Renzo Gracie. Bro, Renzo Gracie is such a fucking fascist. Is it this? My old man taught me right from wrong, taught me to stay where I belong, said hard work is what makes a man. And when you fall down, you get back up again. If they knock you down, you get back up. And you keep moving when times get tough. They can't stand to see a man like us that won't stay down and live in the mud. I keep my word. I keep my word. I don't back down. I don't back down. I stand my ground. I stand my ground. This is what the fuck is this? So this. Very well said. The best quote ever. If violent crime is to be curbed, it is only the intended victim who can do it. The felon does not fear the police, and he fears neither judge nor jury. Therefore, what he must be taught is to fear his victim. A Marine. Probably criminally. Is it this maybe? Anyone else notice their BJJ instructor using their platform to promote their candidate in the Brazilian presidential election? Their Gracies and many Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioners love their authoritarian dictators. Okay, here's what I was looking for. Fuck, bro. My bloody elbow, man. Rest in peace. Fucking A, man. Maybe the way back machine. But here are some quotes. Report: the Gracie family embroiled in Bolsonaro government handout controversy. A number of Gracie family members were paid out by a fund designated for some of the Brazilians' poorest families. Of course. Fucking course. Renzo Gracie's absolutely in love with Bolsonaro. During the campaign trail, Bolsonaro was given an honorary black belt. Oh my gosh. An honorary black belt by Robinson Gracie, second son of Carlos Gracie and president of Jiu-Jitsu Federation of Rio de Janeiro. Since Bolsonaro was elected, Renzo Gracie has been one of a controversial president's most vocal supporters. Of course, of course. Makes perfect fucking sense. Oh, here it is. Apart from the rioters who swarmed the country's federal institution, mixed martial arts fighters were among those who publicly celebrated Bolsonaro and the attempted coup, including one who competed on this week's past pay-per-view show in Brazil. Davison Figueiredo, not the god of war, a former UFC champ who lost his flatweight title following a TKO loss to co-main event. In the co-main event, was among those calling for a military coup against Brazil's elected government. A recent investigation by Bloody Elbow revealed that Figueiredo shared a series of pro-Bolsonaro posts on WhatsApp, including a photo that said, "It was time to invade Brasilia. Either a free country remains or we die for Brazil," read the post. Wow. Figgy. Get the fuck out. Not the axe murderer.
Tax Act is here to remind you.
Vota com 22. E quem luta de verdade, vota 22. Vota Bolsonaro. Quem luta de verdade, vota 22. Vota Bolsonaro.
Look at the years. Look at the years, Chico. They never lie. Look at the years.
Quem luta de verdade, vota 22.
Quem luta de verdade, vota
Chris Cyborg.
22.
Quem luta de verdade, vota
Vanderlei, the axe murderer Silva.
22. Quem luta de verdade, vota 22.
Quem luta de verdade, vota 22. Vota Bolsonaro.
Quem luta de verdade, vota 22. Vota Bolsonaro.
Quem luta de verdade, vota 22.
Anyways. Jose. Oh my God. Verdum, Jose Aldo, Shogun Rua. Is this Dos Años? This is Santos, who defeated John Jones but they get the dub. Is this Gleason Tebow? I don't know who she is. These guys might be a manager or something, or jiu-jitsu guys. No, man. No manches, cabrón, man. Do I know anybody else here? Man, that is... Yeah. Anywho, where are we? So yeah, just reactionaries all around in MMA. Where are we at? In a statement, Patel called the seminar a tremendous opportunity. Yes, we read that. Defend her, sure. Defensive techniques. The announcement added that the collaboration is part of an overall initiative by the FBI to provide its agents with exciting, innovative training options and to constantly look for opportunities to revamp and improve their preparation to continue to be the best of the best. Jesus Christ, man. And this is all because Donald Trump was an early supporter of the UFC. Apparently he would go to their events, and since then, Dana White has just been kissing his ass. No Machida? I mean, here's the problem with saying no Machida. He's half Japanese. So the odds are not in our favor that he is anti-fascist, if we're being fucking honest there. You know? Oh, that's... Yeah, a little profiling, not gonna lie. I'll give you that. Is there more here? All right, before we read the next piece, I think y'all would appreciate this. A little funny here. Oh my way. The second Argentinian that I like over here. For a headbutt. I mean, I just said the whole Boss Rudin story with Henderson. I was gonna say Hendo. And look how he leans forward. That is an expert. That is somebody who's been in bar fights. El diputado. Well, let's just read it in English. Okay. Libertarian Congressman Agustin Pele was hospitalized after Peronist operative Marcelo Pichon Segura broke his nose with a headbutt while he was trying to deliver aid to flood victims in Tumacan. He was blocking the road. Well, that read a little weird because it's in...
Dígame por qué.
¿Quién subo?
¿Quién soy yo?
Sí, ¿quién subo?
No lo va a dejar pasar.
Yo soy diputado nacional, así que puedo transitar por la ruta tranquilamente.
Oh, hold on. We might be rooting for the wrong guy here. Hold on. He's saying I'm not gonna let you pass?
Yo soy diputado nacional, así que puedo transitar por la ruta tranquilamente. ¿Quién subo para dejar pasar? ¿Cómo andás? ¿Quién subo? Pará.
Damn, I can't show the rest because it gets bloody. Hold on. I was told somebody was a Zionist here. Yeah, you could definitely hear the cartilage go smack.
Vamos a ir a Tucumán. En los últimos días había sido noticia Tucumán porque sufrió severas inundaciones, anegaciones en la provincia. Y en las últimas horas, por un hecho muy repudiable que tiene que ver con un cabezazo que se viralizó, que sufrió un ataque físico de un diputado de la Federico Peli, diputado de La Libertad Avanza, fue...
God damn. Probably had too many windows open. It's probably my fault. Anywho. So apparently there's been flooding going on in this region.
Vamos a ir a Tucumán. En los últimos días había sido noticia Tucumán porque sufrió severa un hecho muy repudiable que tiene que ver con un cabezazo que se viralizó, que sufrió un ataque físico de fuerte un diputado.
It's Chrome. It's not. Yeah, it's Chrome right now. I don't know why it's acting up like this. Huh. God damn, bro. Hold on, I do need to take a break because it's so hot in here. I need to be right back, y'all. I need to be right back. But I need to know whether this is a Zionist or not. What did I read? Huh. Interesting. Let me see the other fool. Is this Federico the same guy? Agustin Pele. So, diputados miembros del grupo parlamentario de amistad con el Estado de Israel y diferentes bloques parlamentarios motivaron un encuentro con una delegación de... Okay, yeah, so this group of like Friends of Israel connected with the American Jewish Committee en el mismo cuestiones relevantes al creyente antisemitismo. So they congregated to talk about the increase in anti-Semitism around the world, and the necessity to articulate agendas with the objective of combating discourse that attempt to combat the liberation of religion, or like the freedom of religion, which is the shield that they always use. So the members of the American Jewish Committee appreciated the interest of the legislators for combating their interest in combating anti-Semitism and to sustain the defense of the Israeli state. And yeah, here you got Federico Agustin Pele, which is the guy that got headbutted. Oh shit, my bad. Oh, and there you see him with Mele. All right, then. We weren't wrong. We're all right to celebrate then. We're good. We're in the clear. Yeah, this got fucking... Usually I'd like to double check off stream, but I'm glad we figured it out.
¿Quién soy
yo?
Sí, ¿quién soy?
No lo va a dejar pasar.
Yo soy diputado nacional, así que puedo transitar por la ruta tranquilamente.
Oh, so maybe it was just like a photo op. They're like, oh, we're here to deliver fucking aid. And he's like, nah, we're not letting you fools pass. I'm assuming not because of the aid, but because of like the photo op attempt.
¿Quién soy vos para dejar pasar?
Bro. That's some soccer player ass shit right there. That's a headbutt of some soccer player ass shit. God damn, man. I mean, hey, that is wild. Let me pull something out. I need to cool down. You go get some cold water. Let me get a little. Give me a little break, y'all. Give me a little break. Can I leave you with 7 months ago? It's not long enough. It's not long. We need a throwback. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. No, that's El Salvador. Don't be too broad. Liberal attack dogs. That's kind of fun. What do I leave y'all with? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Oh, we'll do Joe Rogan. Since we were just talking about him anyways.
Issue. When you see this guy's perverts. That's what it is.
Wasn't there a fucking TED talk a couple of years ago about some chick saying that we need pedophiles?
Yeah.
I'm looking through comments on this saying that this video we just watched is satire.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen other videos like this where there are people that I don't know.
Oh, you know what I just realized? Be right back, chat. This video over here is being provided by none other than Matt Leck. Matt Leck, the dog. The dog for his boss, right? Sam Cedar, the liberal Zionist, has a guard dog. And that guard dog is named Matt Leck. This fool thinks that his boss is his friend. That's crazy. All right, here we go.
Thing. There's going to be guys that are crazy that take advantage of this thing that I think has been at least partially engineered by other countries. I think the algorithm supporting that and pushing that out to people are super easily influenced, man. Super easily influenced. And if you make it this thing where you just have to accept everything that happens to be trans, everything is fine as long as you call it trans. Well, then what about perverts? Don't you think perverts are going to game that system? This is a Willy Wonka golden ticket for perverts. That's what it is.
Wasn't there a fucking TED talk a couple of years ago about some chick saying that we need pedophiles?
Yeah.
I'm looking through comments on this saying that this video we just watched is satire.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen other videos like this where there are people that I don't know who they are, but there are groups of people that will make videos like this that make them seem real.
Oh, I apologize. So here's the first video.
That's
on
this
me
guy
right
is
there,
trying
yeah.
to use the
All right.
women's room, and you ever see this video? There's this lady in Chicago, and this guy is trying to use the women's room, and she's going in there with her daughter, and this guy has a full beard, just a full beard, and she's yelling at him. She's like, you are a whole man. And he's like, I am a woman. And like big, deep breath, deep voice, big husky guy with a fucking beard. It's like what the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? Is this being kind? Is that what this is? Is this being open-minded and compassionate? Or is this opening the door to fucking psychopaths? This is it. Yeah, click this. Look at this. This is.
Don't get in my face. Do not get in my face. Don't get in my face. Don't get in my face.
Look at the size of that dude.
You see my daughter right here? You right here? No. You need to go over there to the meeting. You need Only here in Chicago. You is a man. A whole grown man. I'm sorry, I don't know what.
When you see this guy's a big dude.
Yeah, he is.
With a beard.
Joe Rogan, anybody's a big dude compared to you, homie.
On my worst day. Okay, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Hey man, use another bathroom.
Excuse me? Just use another bathroom. There's a child in there. What? Man. That's a child. That's a child in there. A little girl. Like, use the men's bathroom. Okay. I'm a woman. What's the matter?
How concerned he is. Mouth breather motherfucker, this guy.
So that's a real thing. Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing,
Joe,
you're doing a disservice for everyone.
It's a real thing, and Joe is doing a service to humanity to expose and to enlighten us into how this totally real video is an everyday occurrence. So here's part 2, the one that I started off with accidentally.
Going to be guys that are crazy, that take advantage of this thing that I think has been at least partially engineered by other countries.
It's other countries. It's foreigners. It's the xenophobia. It's other, strange lands and places that we have to concern ourselves with. Man, the fear mongering for these reactionaries is nonstop. This fool really thinks. Listen, if you believe that the gay agenda is being pushed by a foreign government, you're eventually going to go down the road of the anti-Semite and saying that, well, it's, George Soros and it's the Jews running things. They're behind all the governments. It's one thing leads to the next with these white supremacists. It's never just an individual issue. Later on, we'll see John Fetterman. He supports Israel and that white supremacist settler colonial project. I appreciate y'all. Not all of you, not a lot of you left, so I appreciate that. And so for that, we get this gift here. I give you Grand Plattner's Zionist turn. Unavoidable. Settlers love settler states.
Statement about everyone. I wanted to make a statement about the active shooter situation at the Temple Israel synagogue outside of Detroit. Sounds as though the shooter has been killed and is the only casualty, and that I hope that news continues to remain the case. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country. And
no, it isn't. No, it fucking isn't. No, it isn't.
And internationally. And something we need to keep in mind is as often as these kind of events occur, we cannot normalize them. We always have to call them out.
As often as they occur?
For exactly what they are. Attacks on Jews are just entirely unacceptable. The idea that someone would go to a synagogue with the intent to commit violence against Jews is just utterly horrifying. And I'm glad that the situation has ended the way that it has. But we must be very blunt about the fact that in our society, anti-Semitism is a scourge that we continue to deal with.
Bro had a Nazi tattoo. And he wants us to believe he's sincere.
And it is rising. Across the nation, across the globe, attacks on Jews continue to increase. There is no place in the society for that. Anti-Semitism has no place in the United States. It has no place in our civil society. The only way that we're ever going to rid ourselves of the scourge is to be very honest about what it is and when it happens. And sadly, as we see these attacks continue, we are always going to have to be on guard to make sure that we never normalize it. This is not what we are supposed to be as a nation. It's not.
It's not. That's interesting. Could have fooled me.
Not who we are.
It's not who we are? Okay. Did we, the United States of Bees, not reject Jewish refugees? from Germany.
We should not be a nation where anyone lives in fear because of who they are, because of the religion they are, or the color of their skin.
We should make other nations fear that.
Or their belief structures or systems. That is not the system that we're supposed to have. And we need to build a world in which that is not remotely the case. I am heartened that this sounds like it's come to an end with very little bloodshed, but we always need to be aware that this is an underlying current in our society that we must fight against.
Bro's mouth watered when he said bloodshed. Did you catch that?
That this sounds like it's come to an end with very little bloodshed.
He craves blood of innocent people so badly that just saying the word bloodshed, he's like, I'm parched. Oh, I got a craving. Oh, yeah. Enlist me. Here, sign me back up. Please. Uncle Sam, put me back in the field.
I am heartened that this sounds like it's come to an end with very little bloodshed.
Fuck this fool, bro. And fuck him too. Where we at? All right. Okay, we can read this now. Thank you for the patience. Nah, it's basically the Pavlov response for him every time he thinks about blood. Yep, boy gets hungry. All right. Bro, maybe he's just thirsty. Yeah. Thirsty for blood. All right. Shadowboxing with Ghost. Whiteness, Jake Paul, and the Crisis of U.S. Imperialism by Dr. Gerald Horne and Anthony, is it Bias or Ballas? Boxing's racial phantoms. Boxing is a haunted sport. The ring is crowded, not only with bodies, but with phantoms, ghosts of fallen fighters, racial myths that refuse to remain interred, and political fantasies that linger long after their material foundations have begun to decay. That's the sport's history. The sport's history is less a clean lineage than it is a seance of sort ought not to be surprising. Given its Victorian roots, with each generation of fighters, figures of yore are resurrected through a kind of holistic spiritualism. This conjuring, however, is hardly confined to the ring itself. Boxing is also unique insofar as it often functions to localize geopolitical intrigue in the ring, summoning all manner political and ideological specters of racial antagonism, war, and empire embodied through the fighters themselves. One early iteration of this phenomenon is the story of Ad Wolgast. Wolgast is an early 20th century lightweight champion, suffered two decisive blows in his career. The first came in the ring in 1912 when he lost his title to Willie Ritchie in a brutal 16-round bout. The second came later and less spectacularly, accumulating behind the fighter's eye. Oh, wow. By 1918, Wolgast, the Michigan Wildcat, was confined to a California state sanitarium, where he would suffer hallucinations until the end of his life. In 1927, W.O. McGuigan, the sports writer and editor of the New York Herald Tribune, recounted Wolgast's most persistent delusions. The former champion believed he had one final prize fight left in him against Joe Gans, the first black boxing champion of the 20th century. The difficulty of Wolgast's delusion was that Gans had been dead for nearly 2 decades. having tragically succumbed to tuberculosis in 1910. Despite this setback, Walk has trained anyway, shadowboxing with Gans Phantom. McGuigan would later remark that the manly art of modified murder had clearly taken its toll on the embattled lightweight, conjuring up the spirit of Gans in the permanently punch-drunk mind of Walgas. However tragic, Walgas' affliction ought to be neither understood as merely neurological, nor as a unique story in the history of boxing. Walgas' tragic hubris reveals something structural about boxing itself. The sport has long been hospitable to phantoms of a very particular sort, figures of masculine longing and racial sentiment, and the political myth that often attach themselves to the bodies of boxers as though the latter was possessed. It is not an incidental feature of Walgas' story that his imagined opponent, Gans, was the first black boxing champion of the 20th century, a fighter whose dominance between 1902 and 1908 had already settled the racial order of Jim Crow United States. The Great White Hope in the politics of the ring. When Jack Johnson, the Galveston Giant, I think that's how you say it, Galveston. When Jack Johnson, the Galveston Giant, defeated James J. Jeffries in 1910, the heavyweight champion bout was politically framed as far more than a title fight. Wolfgang, wow, I don't know why I'm butchering this here. Give me a sec. Hold on. I'm not blaming it on the heat, but it's fucking hotter than I imagine here. Oh, it's about to be 3. That's why. What the fuck? When Jack Johnson, the Galveston Giant, defeated James J. Jeffries in 1910, the heavyweight champion bout was politically framed as far more than a title fight. Walgas' spectral longings to fight Gans must be contextualized against the backdrop of the hunt for a so-called Great White Hope, whom the Australian Jeffries was seen to embodying. A summoned from retirement, Jeffries was tasked with exorcising the specter of black dominance from the ring, attempting to restore racial hierarchy in the sport while putting to rest fears of white inferiority. Galveston. Huh. Can't let you get close. Jeffries' loss to Johnson was therefore not merely a test of athletic prowess, but an ideological showdown with political and social ramification. That Johnson's victory, accumulated in race riots across the United States, ought not be that shocking to anyone with cursory understanding of the history of U.S. race relations. In many ways, the so-called Johnson-Jeffrey riots of 1910 anticipated the events of Red Summer, which were unfolding within the same decade. On the other end of the historical timeline, the riots which resulted in the lynching of numerous African Americans as well as hundreds of injuries harken back to the centuries-long tradition of white terrorism, leaving lynched, burned, maimed, and crucified victims in its violent, rapacious wake. With Johnson's victory over Jeffries, the myths providing ideological cover for white supremacy had been struck, laying bare the deep-seated political and ideological wounds of whiteness as the era of eugenics and racial apartheid in the United States marched ever forward. So, wounded was white supremacy in this era that numerous states and municipalities across the United States even banned the film of the fight from public screening. Mind you, these motherfuckers are screening Klan fucking movies, but a real actual fight was too much. Bans which often remain intact until 1940s. Jesus. Jack Johnson himself forced into exile in Mexico, spleen Trump up charges through the Mann Act, themselves a product of anxious whiteness, was not pardoned until 2018 by none other than Donald Trump. I swear I thought they were going to say Barack Obama. I thought it was going to be an easy kind of superficial aesthetic pardon that Obama could give to be like, hey, I'm doing something for the black community, but motherfucker meant when he said he was not. Wow. Okay. Trump is no stranger to boxing and combat sports more generally. His name has long been associated with highly publicized fights in the 1980s and 1990s, not to mention his friendship with Dana White. It's all connected. The corpulent promoter of brutal. Listen. Dr. Horn. It's a beautiful art. Promoter of the brutal Ultimate Fighting Championship. It is not insignificant that Trump has already planned for a UFC fight to take place in the lawn of the White House in July 2026, an idea that in many ways rivals the absurdity of many scenes from Mike Judge's film Idiocracy, in which the future president of the United States, Dwayne... Has Dr. Horn made a Idiocracy movie review? Jared. Calling Jared. Can we make that shit happen? Wow. In which future president of the United States, Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho, played by Terry Crews, is himself a former wrestler, a political satire that in many ways stitches together the way that combat sports, popular entertainment, and spectacle have been and continue to be intrinsic features to the U.S. political economy. Look, I'm not saying I planned this all perfectly. We already went over John Cena. That's Cena, S-I-N-A. Millennials are killing capitalism and wrestling. We just went over the UFC and their allegiance to the FBI. We briefly talked on Donald Trump endorsing Jake Paul, and now we're breaking down boxing. And Dr. Horn, the legend that he is, has connected all three. It ain't me, it's Dr. Horn. Boxing as imperial theater. Is it worth observing how some of the sport's most iconic moments have tended to coincide with moments of geopolitical crisis from which various racial specters and phantoms have often been conjured and enlisted in myriad political and ideological arenas? While Jack Johnson's reign unfolded at the height of U.S. apartheid, the Brown Bomber, Joe Louis, fists were enlisted symbolically against fascism in the late 1930s. His defeat of Max Schmeling in a rematch bout in 1938 was set against the backdrop of the rise of the Third Reich. Not long after, Muhammad Ali's career became inseparable from the context of Vietnam and the Black Power movement. Ali's activism, a memorable feature of the unraveling of post-war consensus. Ali's activism, a memorable feature of the unraveling of post-war consensus in the 1970s, we might even consider the Rocky film franchise. Ooh. See, I don't like when people consider Rocky like anything separate than a sports movie and actually kind of allow Balboa to become a real kind of boxer in a way. I think that gives too much credit to Sylvester Stallone. But in this context, not wrong. And I don't think, I think legit, I don't think he's reaching. The Rocky film franchise, notably ham-fisted Cold War style standoff in Rocky IV, in which the titular character squares off against Ivan Drago, the Hollywood film's caricature of the Soviet automaton. Again and again, boxing has served as a cultural stage in which geopolitical anxieties are often rendered legible for mass audience. I mean, what better representation than an actual fight? And I'm thinking now, in all respect to Kemet and their, I mean, but you know, a lot of it was the fight between day and night.
For Kamala Harris, you got problem?
Day and night. Anywho, thank you so much for the super chat. Was it Breath Art Discipline? Appreciate you. There we go. You stopped me before I started singing, so that was smart. All right. Though its contours are perhaps less monumental in stature, there we go. Though its contours are perhaps less monumental in stature than the spectacle of the 20th century, our present moment is no exception. With imperialism in crisis, U.S. military announces itself loudly but uncertainly in various theaters of combat across the globe, often substituted strategy for spectacle. While the Trump regime seems increasingly to be in pursuit of ever more elastic justification for committing war crimes across the Caribbean basin in Latin America, particularly, it is telling that they find recourse to well-trodden rhetoric of yore, through a familiar admixture of anti-immigrant xenophobia, anti-communism, and with the cinders of the war on drugs still smoldering in the minds of U.S. military-industrial complex on both sides of the aisle. U.S. imperialism lashes out like a punch-drunk fighter, emboldened against a phantom enemy, yet unaware of its own concussed and contused state. Man. I've never seen it. I'll be honest with you. I've never seen it. It just never called my attention. Espresso Depresso. Yeah, we're running a little late today. I'm not going to lie. I had some things to do, some chores in the morning. A lot of dishes to be washed, if you will. Dogs. Freshly cleaned dogs. I wish I could show you. Finally took him to the groomers. He doesn't even have his collar on right now because he looks so majestic. And this guy he's man, I'm so fortunate. Again, I didn't have him when he was a puppy, so you know, learning curve for sure, but it's always really rewarding when or flattering when you get like you know, there's a new groomer commenting like how well behaved he was. So I was like, oh man, that's awesome. And he, you know, he's a husky, but he's still a little dumb. There was a statue of a dog in the corner. This one kept like eyeing it. Like, are you gonna do something? Thankfully, he's not really aggressive. Ace, Creed is the best Rocky film and Coogler's only dope movie. Wow. Ace with the hot take. I don't like sports movies. I do not like sports movies. I don't think I can name you one sports movie that I like. Let me know, chat. Throw them at me. So I don't watch them. I don't watch them. Dr. Horn doesn't seem to interview with Dr. Jab for some reason. It's not for some reason, bro. Come on. I'll just leave it at that. Ace said, I don't like sports movies either. That's the only one. Ace, you'll be shadow boxing, huh, when you watch that shit. You know, and okay, so this is going to sound bad. I think the first Rocky movie works. I've only seen parts of it. Because Stallone can act, it comes off as believable in the sense that like, oh, this guy's just a dope. You know what I mean? And so he becomes a sympathetic character on screen. Because you're kind of like, oh man, like this guy just got laid off. He doesn't seem to be all that bright. All he has is you know, his physicality. So maybe we should support him. I don't know. Wait, why are you bringing up the Iron Giant? Peace, Tude or Tute. He said he was shadowboxing. Espresso Depresso, Western boxing movies are all mutations of each other. Rocky is inspired by Raging Bull by Scorsese, which is inspired by Rocco and his brother by Visconti. I'm not a cinephile, by the way. All right, fucking Criterion subscriber over here. Kung Fu movies over sports movies, hell yeah. That Stone Chowder, 100% yes. You know what's an underrated? Well, I don't know if it's underrated, but it's one of my like favorites of like my childhood. The One. The One is so fucking good. Sci-fi and Kung Fu, get the fuck out of here. It is The One. If you haven't seen The One, I'm not gonna rewatch it because I don't want it to, you know, to be bad. But yeah, that one's good. David Barnes like, I brought up something completely underrated. LOL. That's funny. Yeah. Jet Li was the man when I was coming up. Like Equilibrium. I mean it's good, but it's more dystopian, I guess. Oh, the dog. Yeah, because he doesn't have his collar. That's hilarious. Thank you for clarifying. All right. Romeo Was Die too was pretty good. I think that's like towards, if I'm remembering correctly, the tail end of that career. Yeah. That's hilarious. All right, let's get back to it. But this is how you know it's a good article. Inspires us to talk about, you know, combat movies over here. The current hysteria with regard to the alleged The current hysteria with regard to the alleged drug trafficking in and out of Venezuela, for instance, functions to construct such a phantom enemy abroad, much like U.S. wars on terror endlessly invoked in order to justify military aggression and the specter of war without terminus? Terminus. A final point in space or time, an end or extremity. Wow. I like that one a lot. Terminus. Like terminal. Oh, literally. British the bus terminus, station, last stop, end of the line, terminal, depot, garage. Nice. The U.S. obsession with targets as various as Venezuela, Nigeria, Iran, and others are just the latest iteration of this country's forever wars, which, as Nick Estes recently argued, are themselves a callback to the Indian Wars waged and still being waged against indigenous, providing a useful framework for understanding U.S. Zionist imperialist strategies in today's genocidal and expansionist war against Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, and elsewhere. Estes is spot on. You know how I would fucking celebrate if Dr. Horn ever said I was spot on about anything? Like, let's say he just watched this stream and he's like, oh yeah, you know, it's not really for me, but his breakdown of the UFC White House card was spot on. I can retire. I'm good. We're done. I have peaked. There's what else is left, right? It doesn't even have to be like an academic fucking compliment, or not academic, but like an intellectual one. It could be like, yeah, he's a little dumb, but he was right about about the fight card being weak. Fuck. Hey, and look, I'm not. I think I'm already on Nick S's fucking naughty list, but the reason I found this article was Nick S has retweeted it. I see you, Mr. Estes. You're like, let me just retweet this thing where Dr. Horn sings my praises. I would do the same. Fuck, I'd make that shit my banner. So I'm not hating. But yes, let me I think we should read this tomorrow because it's one of the tabs I have open on my phone. Where are we? Estes is spot on. These latter-day imperial aggressions, perpetrated by what on the surface might appear as an erratic and chaotic Trump administration in the newly minted Department of War under Pete Hegseth, are far more unprecedented, as with the racial pogroms of the 20th century harkening back to previous centuries. The settler colonial project of U.S. empire persists in the present in an unbroken lineage. You know, why is it that liberals are calling ICE American Gestapo, which is okay? Fine. I kept saying the FBI is the American Gestapo, but if you want to call the FBI the secret police, I don't know, whatever. It's anyhow. Why haven't we been calling what ICE is doing pogroms? AJ, Horn is super cool. I missed a chance to take a class with him last decade. I am finishing a book on Texas and Yucatan, and I want him to blurb it. It would be an honor. I think you should hit up a homie that co-wrote this on Twitter. I think he's the most prominent individual that I've seen that collaborates with Horn. Reach out to them. I mean, I'm sure Horn would be more than happy to do something like that. I'm sure he gets ecstatic when other historians or young writers such as yourself reach out to him. I don't think he gets enough credit, and he should be. If we're talking about public intellectuals, that's who we should all be turning to. But I hope you get it. I definitely hope you get it. Keep us updated on that. Trump's recent classification of fentanyl.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problems?
Ace, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of Dr. Horn movies in Haiti, he put me on Quemada? Oh, Burn? Yeah. From 1969. Same director of Battle of Algiers. I'll share it on Discord. Thank you so much. Join the Discord, y'all, for as little as $2 if you want Ace's movies recommendations over there. So I know things have been different, changing up, but my calendar's starting to clear up. So we still have to do a watch along. It's going to happen. My apologies for the wait. A weird start to the year. But I feel you in terms of missing out, AJ, about that course with Dr. Horn. I missed out on one of his lectures out here, and it just broke my heart. Oh, and then breath art discipline. I also need to find a way to you know what? If you're comfortable breath art discipline, if you want to shoot your Discord name in the chat, if you don't feel comfortable with that, I'll find a way to send you an invite. But I got to get on that as well. Trump's recent reclassification of fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, for instance, demonstrates a rather overt recourse to the well-worn trope from Bush's second regime before the invasion of Iraq. While in a recent interview, Benjamin Netanyahu outrageously asserted that Iran was in cahoots with Maduro in Venezuela. Suggesting that Maduro was exporting terrorism to America, to the American hemisphere, and that facilitating Hezbollah and Hamas to get their guys into the United States, so Hamas and Iran and its proxies. Wow. posing a threat to Israel, all American allies in the Middle East, and to America himself. America itself. Such rhetorical strategies as these, recycled, rehearsed, and reintroduced over and over again, the U.S. empire as though the latter resembled an aging fighter, still dangerous, still swinging, but no longer sure what victory would even look like. Woo! Oh, man. Particularly recalibrating the ideological project with ever more enemy specters in order to justify its imperial longings. Like Wolcast's delusion of Gans, U.S. imperialism is shadowboxing with imagined opponents. However pathetic its current state, unlike Wolcast, the punch-drunk U.S. empire doesn't only pose a threat to itself. Wow. And you know what? I want to make y'all read this on your own because we're not going to get through this stream. Jake Paul, the Great White Hype. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I'll drop this in the chat. That's hilarious. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why. I think the coffee, having the late coffee, throwing me off. We're at 3:40. Wow. This one flew by, y'all. This one flew by. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Anthony is always like fairly proactive on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be thinking about somebody else. Oh yeah, what the fuck? I guess this. Where would I? Am I gonna have to bootleg this? I think I just might have to. The fuck? Anyway, okay, I'll worry about this later. Let's talk about this.
If our party can
appreciate y'all hanging around. We're at 340. We're at 340. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for all the support, y'all. A fun stream, a little later than usual. Again, have some chores. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're sick and tired of the same white opportunist rad libs trying to mislead us. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. The Patreon is up and running. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Subscribe to Deculturation Live for the live streams stay up over there. Appreciate all the support. Get busy in the chats. Get busy in the comment sections. We're here to have a good time. It's Gerald. It's Dr. Gerald Horn. All right. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. Here we go.
if our party can get to a place where everyone can buy into Medicare,
and there you go. When Ryan Graham allowed Jayapal to lie about the potentiality of McCarthy becoming Speaker of the House, if the so-called squad dared to hold the vote on Medicare for all, universal health care, during a fucking pandemic, that somehow through, I guess, Democrats voting for McCarthy, he would become Speaker of the House. So literally no way for McCarthy to become Speaker of the House. Jayapal lies. Ryan Graham, who serves the Democratic Party, does not push back or call that a lie, remains silent for months, allowing Cenk Uygur and Sam Seder, who are supposedly politically unaligned, supposedly, right? The kayfabe is they don't agree. I'm sure it's not just for petty reasons, it's for political and ideological reasons, right? both started spreading the lie that McCarthy can become the Speaker of the House if the so-called squad push the Democratic Party on universal health care. Just lying, straight up fucking lying. And so, what happens? Nobody talks about universal health care anymore. It's not part of the conversation. If it wasn't something that we were forcing and pushing during a fucking global pandemic, what do you think is going to take for it to become part of the conversation again and the forefront of the conversation? How many more need to die? Apparently, the pandemic, it wasn't enough for Sam Cedar, Cenk Uygur, AOC, the squad, Jayapal, Ryan Graham. And sure enough, Ryan Graham, after what, like a year with Brandon Joy Graham, apologized for not calling out Jayapal on that lie. A little too late. So I want to make this very clear. Ryan Graham, Jayapal, the squad, Sam Cedar, Cenk Uygur, all those that use that fucking idiot moron Jimmy Dore as the boogeyman to protect the Democratic Party in their continued refusal to provide universal health care and save countless of lives. All those individuals, the Sam Cedars, the Ryan Grahams, the Cenk Uygurs, they got blood on their hands. They got blood on their hands for proactively pushing this Democratic lie that McCarthy could become the Speaker of the House. The only way that would be possible would be if Democrats voted for him. Otherwise, that would always be a risk when electing a Speaker of the House, which we all know that the majority party is going to choose a speaker reflecting that party. What I think has never happened that the minority leader becomes Speaker of the House, because you would need the fucking votes, a majority vote. Whatever. So now the turn is being able to buy into Medicare.
If our party can get to a place where everyone can buy into Medicare, I'm going to take that too. We all need to take that fight. We all need to take that step. And so there's that piece. We need to break up the monopolies that are happening in our health.
Break up the monopolies instead of just fucking nationalizing the medical industry, pharmaceutical industry as a whole.
Care insurance, the idea that a health insurer can own the PBM, can own the drug manufacturer, can now own the doctors' clinics. It is outrageous. We need to break them up. We need to take on corporate power. Politicians have to stop taking their money.
Has she ever said nationalize? Has she ever advocated for nationalizing these industries? To just get straight to the fucking point?
And we need to also allow everyone to buy into Medicare.
Allow them to buy into Medicare. Again, now she's pushing access. What is it? Universal healthcare for those who want it. For those of you that can buy into it. It's fucking embarrassing, bro.
So allow everyone to buy into Medicare and have that option to level the playing field for everybody. So
let's level the playing field instead of just fucking owning it outright. And before the fucking excuses, she's saying this is only one step. This is the first step. You have to believe in Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. You have to believe in the DSA. The DSA doesn't even believe in her, but sure.
To me, I think these are just where we can get started.
This is just where we get started. I won't push for anything further than this, and we're probably not even gonna get that. They were glorifying and celebrating Joe Biden for putting some fucking caps on how bad the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry could fucking screw us over. Glorifying him over that. And she's just like, oh, just a little inch further, we'll be fine. We could save all of you, but some of you need to die. Exactly. Sounds like the public option at best, which doesn't work. Man. Oh, dude, I forgot Socialism for All is streaming. I want to jump over there. All right, let's wrap this up over here. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, yeah. Look at this shit. So like I mentioned at the top of the stream, John Kiriakou, again, a whistleblower, happy that he, came out and exposed the enhanced interrogation, aka the fucking torture in these black sites. Happy for that. And I was kind of surprised. Why is he so prominent out of nowhere? Why is he getting this social media push? And I believe it's because he's back in the payroll of the CIA. There really is no reason why he hasn't. If he was going to be prominent, it was going to be right after his release of prison. It's been quite some time. There's no unique reason why it should be happening now. Look at this shit. Remember, one CIA, always CIA, right?
Anti-American, his community is also extremely toxic, especially to the left. Curious as to why you're associating with that. I'm not going on Hassan Piker.
And somebody was like, bro, like he's toxic to the left. Like to liberals, to the Democratic Party that he works for. He's like, I'm not going on that food show.
Of course, thanks for the $5. As I saw recently that John's going on Hassan Piker's stream. A lot of his rhetoric is anti-American. His community is also extremely toxic, especially to the left. Curious as to why you're associating with that. I'm not going on Hassan Piker.
Wait, what?
Hassan Piker reached out.
He was about to say Hassan Piker reached out. Why the fuck are you reaching out to some fucking CIA agent over here? Again, I would be sympathetic and understanding if it was right after his release from jail. Hey, tell us your story about being a whistleblower. Why now? Well, that's because John Kiriakou has some clout. Suddenly, he's on the algorithm's good side. And Hassan sees clout. Why didn't Hassan Piker have John Kiriakou, a whistleblower that was incarcerated for exposing the torture program that the CIA was carrying out? That would seem like an interesting fucking guest to have. But the thing is, Kiriakou, he didn't have the clout. He didn't have enough eyes and attention on him. He had nothing to offer Hassan Piker. That's all he fucking cares about. So much so that he's willing to work with somebody who very clearly is back on the payroll of the CIA. Why the fuck do you think the algorithm suddenly is pushing him forward?
Okay. He said he is. I don't know why he's like now.
Okay. Okay. Bro. Like, what part of fucking California do you need to live in for a transplant to adopt this fucking accent?
Wait, what?
Hassan Piker reached out.
Okay. He said he is. I don't know why he's like now saying he's not.
And I said, no, thank you. I've got nothing scheduled with him.
Blaytech. Wait, what? I don't understand. His team or himself actually literally said that they would do it in April. It's very surprising.
Why are you reaching out to a former CIA agent when he's mysteriously getting a push on social media? Why are you sad? Why are you disappointed? I mean, oh man.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Ace, Kiriakou exists now to put a human face on the CIA. Yup. All his fucking stories, all those fucking reels, the sound effects that they do for him. Here's the thing, and this is what terrified me. I was walking around and I seen somebody who looks just like a normal fucking person, just chilling. And as I walk by, you know, I can see their phone. It's in my line of vision. And I see John Kiriakou. And that was the last thing for me. We're like, all right. Yeah, he's getting a weird, suspicious fucking push. Out of nowhere. Again, I was interested in what he had to say when he came out of prison. I thought that was insightful. But I agree with Ace that he's here to offer a humane face to the CIA. He's glorifying the shit out of the CIA in all his stories. And my thing is like, bro, like, is Hassan Piker using his Homeland Security connections to get John Kiriakou on, or what's going on here?
But I mean, it is what it is. It's the Zoran method. He's a fucking CIA agent, man. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. I don't give a shit.
I don't care. I'll talk to anyone. No, you'll talk to anyone with clout, with power and influence. And my thing is, hey, talk to anybody. Talk to anybody. Dara, you're right. Cool. Yeah, he'll talk to anyone except the poor and the disabled, I guess. Yep. He'll talk to anybody. But the thing is, if you're going to have a CIA agent, the same way that if you had that Chris Walker guy, are you going to give pushback? Or are you going to give him a tongue bath? Like you've done to every reactionary you've gone on. And yes, I include fucking Democratic Party candidates.
That is a strange response. I'll be honest. I don't know why he reacted that way.
How the fuck would you want a CIA agent to react to being in an interview with a so-called socialist? I would assume that that is the appropriate reaction. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with a communist, a socialist? But Hassan Piker isn't any of those things. He LARPs. He's an opportunist. He's here to water down what socialism means in order for his young audience to continue supporting the Democratic Party time and time again. So that's why he's like, the same shit that he did with Newsom, same fucking thing with Newsom, where he smeared Sinwar, where he mocked Sinwar, where he pretended that Gavin Newsom called the Zionist entity an apartheid state. As if apartheid isn't just a, unfortunately, an aesthetic, superficial tool used by settler colonialism. It is not the primary contradiction. If you address it, like in South Africa, it doesn't fix the real issue. Feed me a Seymour. If you're in trouble or hurt or need, go to the poor people. They're the only ones that'll help. The only ones. John Steinbeck. The grapes of Ain. The grapes of wrath. Jesus Christ. This is how you know my libraries. I still haven't had time to organize this. Out of fucking whack. There's no fucking reason why this book should be this readily available to me. This should be like in some dark corner that I've completely forgotten. Thank you for that. That's a beautiful quote. Steinbeck, you know, bit of a sexist, a bit of this and that. It's just, you know, these are fucking the writers of their time. Let's be honest. That is a beautiful cover. I agree. That is a beautiful cover. All right.
Leak the receipts. I'm not the one doing the communications. I'll look back.
That is strange. It's almost like he has like a management team. I'm not the one doing the communications. So who's scheduling all these people? Who, you got a PR team? You got management? Man of the people over here. You got a management team securing you CIA guests
at the talks, but probably trolling if I had to guess. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Who cares? Guys, you don't have to prove that $5 subscription immediately by being incredibly fucking annoying. Okay? I'll be honest. Like, you guys are fucking toxic. You're literally toxic. Every single one of you.
Bro, this is your fucking audience. And they're what? Like criticizing a CIA fucking agent? And that makes them toxic?
Is instantly proving the $5 donation from that hater. Let's be real. That is kind of the case.
If somebody says that I'm anti-American and that I'm bad for the Democratic Party, I wouldn't call that a fucking hater. I call that a fucking fan.
Sometimes I have to work against you. Like, you do get really fucking annoying at times. Like, this is one of those moments. Yeah, also, he goes on Tucker Carlson and Russia Today. What do you mean I'm too fucking toxic? Like, the person that sent that donation is like talking to a guy who has a show on Russia Today. Like, the fuck? The community is a reflection of the creator. I know, except I do regularly try to do house cleaning.
No, you're right. Some fans have a shame king. It's pretty despicable. Tomorrow we'll cover his. He was raging out about his paid members. I think like 60-month subscriber and others in his fan base being critical of his support for Kat. Was it Abu Ghazala? We'll go over that tomorrow. That'll be fun.
And it fucking doesn't work, you know? They gave a $5 donation to a guy who literally bravely was a whistleblower and went to fucking prison. So I don't know what the fuck they're on about.
And the simple question is, well, why didn't you interview him when he came out of prison? Why are you waiting this fucking long to interview him? What took you so fucking long if you're really genuinely concerned about, interested about what this whistleblower had to say? Why'd you have to wait till the fucking CIA started pushing him again and adjusting the algorithm in his support? Oh, is that a conspiracy theory? Explain to me what Kiriakou has done since coming out of prison that has contributed to the algorithm suddenly preferring him. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
But yeah, don't be that way. You guys do need to be a little bit more fucking normal. I say it all the time. You're very abnormal.
You just gotta treat CIA agents nicely, bro. Like, come on, guys. They're just people too, you know?
But at the end of the day, picking between having my community that I have comprised of well-intentioned individuals who sometimes gets really fucking annoying to a degree that it really pisses me off too, versus having like a guy having his moment on TikTok on. Yeah, of course I pick my community over anything else.
You would fucking sell your community down the river if it guaranteed you like access to the DNC to be one of their top consultants. You hate your fucking audience. Anna Kasparian came out and said, no, he's told me that he hates his audience. We know you do. You don't listen. You don't give a fuck about what they have to say because you know that they're your little cult. They'll continue to follow you. You already made your millions. Now you're just adding the cherry on top and shit. Cold Brew's finished.
It's just, you guys do need to be fucking less annoying regardless of the situation because you piss me off. And that's unacceptable.
Bro, telling your audience that you have to be nice to a CIA agent because it's going to piss you off. They're rude to him. If you give him a hard time, it's so fucking pathetic. He is a propagandist. He brags about it. But the normalization of Zionism and these CIA agents is astonishing.
Give a fuck about like not having, John Kiriakou on.
I don't give a fuck about having John Kiriakou on. Bro, you were just freaking out. Why would he say that? Oh, that's weird. What? Why? Why, John? Why, Mr. Kiriakou? I work for Homeland Security. We're kind of like colleagues if you think about it.
But I do give a fuck about making sure that my community is not unimaginably annoying.
And annoying to him is being critical of a CIA agent and his normalization of him. Damn, bro. It's so fucking pathetic. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I probably should like do a breakdown of how I would say like left-wing cults, right? How Hassan Piker, Bad Empanada have garnered left-wing cults. Because I think they're the prime example of an audience that is just ravenous. And are willing to take so much disrespect. That's the thing. How, as a human being, do you take so much disrespect? Is beyond me. And still provide your hard-earned money for these fucking people that honestly like look down on you, that think you're fucking stupid. I don't understand it. I mean, something had to go wrong in your home. Something terrible had to occur to you as a child for you to be paying money to be disrespected like this, to be fed Democratic Party propaganda time and time again. But maybe the CIA agent is an intersectional Latin with generational anxiety disorder, first generation immigrant who suffers from imposter syndrome and refuses to define by her labels. This is an actual character from a CIA recruitment ad. That's right. I remember that. I remember that ad. That shit was hilarious. That's right. Man. Harutu, thank you for the super chat. He is sheep herding. He scolds and bullies for content. He is using negging and other pickup artist tactics on his audience. Wow, I never knew how bad he is. Look, he's a bro tips guy. He knows how to manipulate people to gain consent. He knows how to isolate them to gain consent. Makes proper sense. He targets a young audience the same way that he was contemplating the age of consent. He's a proto Andrew Tate. It makes sense that he is abusive to his fan base and supporters. But apparently, if you point that fact out, you're just a hater and not observing consistent examples. I appreciate y'all sincerely. Thank you so much for sticking around. Time just flew by. I hope I made sense. I don't know. Honestly, I lost track of time and what I was saying and what I was doing. Hopefully that was good. Yeah, once you see it, and I think that is part of my role. I understand. I forgot who it was that kind of criticized having, Hasan on the title, this and that. Again, know what party you're at. This party is a fucking hater party. It's a pity party of that. It's a pity party, not a pity party, right? But the reason for that is these people are fucking dangerous. They're counter-insurgent propagandists. And nobody else is calling it out. John Trudell, the beast. Remember what Glenn Ford, said, organized with eyes wide open. Here is John Trudell, the beast. In a wisp of smoke, down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunate Lee, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. The doors are open, but the gates are closed. Ya estuvo.